Hello YouTube, how is everyone doing? It's Professional here. Welcome back to my playthrough of Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy. I've actually seen a lot of comments in the last few days actually requesting this part specifically. So a lot of people have wanted to see the next part. I'm sorry that I haven't had the next part up for you guys yet. I just had a long flight to visit my family, which I'm visiting my family right now, but I do have a computer here and I'm still going to be, making videos. I just had a 5-hour delay in the flight, and I was just really exhausted the other day, so I just couldn't put out this part. But we're going to continue where we left off here, and we're going to save Trilogy at this trial, and a lot of you guys in the comments have said, some of you guys have said that this is the best case in the game, and one person actually said that I'm gonna really hate the new prosecutor. Well, anyways, let's see this, and let's see what this new prosecutor's like. Let's play. April 28, 9:15 a.m. District Court. Defendant Lobby. Number 3. I'm fine. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. Is Apollo okay? He's been muttering to himself all morning. He's been like that since yesterday. I guess the pressure of today's trial is getting to him. Poor Polly. He's really tearing himself up over all of this. Get it together, Apollo. Yikes. Athena, when did you get here? Try to relax a little bit, will you? You're getting yourself way too worked up. Yeah, but I'm alright. I'm fine. You know, I did a little digging on this, Nakyuta Sadmati guy. Saktmati? Is that how I read his name? Saktmati. He's apparently not your run-of-the-mill prosecutor. Oh yeah? What did you find out? Well, they say he wields an incredible power to accurately read a trial's karma and its ultimate fate. What is that supposed to mean? I don't have all the details, but apparently he can foresee how the arguments will go and even lead his opposition. So the defense basically ends up going in whatever direction he has in his head. Man, this isn't going to be a cakewalk if that's true. Emma did say she talked to him for us, though. Here's hoping that went well. In any case, it sounds like he's going to keep us on our toes. That's why I know you're ready. Why I know I can leave Trilogy in the office to you. I believe in you, Apollo. Mr. Wright is putting his faith in me. I can't let him down now. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine! There he goes again. It's almost like he's chanting a prayer. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine. If you say so, Apollo. The trial will start momentarily. Is the defense ready? Yes! We're fine! Brucey's fate and the fate of the agency rest in this trial. This is it, Justice. If ever there was a time to shine, it's now. April 28, 9:30 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 6. Day 1. Court is now in session. All rise.
Court is now in session for the trial of Trilogy Wright.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. Nayuta? Nayuta? Is that how I read his name? Nayuta? I'm assuming.
And the prosecution. Prosecution Saktmati.
1,000 pardons. It was rude of me to keep you waiting. I was praying for the victim.
Oh, praying. Yes, I see.
So I'm trying to sound like Saktmati, because I watched the cutscene with him talking, in the last part, and so I'm gonna try to sound just like he sounded in the cutscene. He sounds like he has a very calm and soothing voice. That's what I noticed about him.
You're a Karainist monk, correct, prosecutor?
Yes, that is correct. I am but a lowly monk from the kingdom of Karain. I beg in advance for the forgiveness and kind patience of everyone here in this court. I am unfamiliar with the proceedings of this country, and may make many blunders. Well, why are you a prosecutor then? That's what I don't understand about him. Like literally, you cannot bring in a foreign prosecutor who does not even know the laws of the country and let them prosecute. This makes no sense. He seems like such a gentle-mannered soul, doesn't he? So why am I gonna hate this prosecutor? That's what people keep telling me. I wonder if Ema had a chance to talk with him about Trilogy.
Now then, Prosecutor Maddie, your opening statement if you would.
Certainly. In the name of the Holy Mother, I vow to guide the victim's soul to a land of eternal peace known as the Twilight Realm. Now, let the last rites of the victim begin. Nayuda Sadmati, Nayuda Sadmati, he's really been making a name for himself apparently, but that nickname, Last Rites Prosecutor, I wonder how that will come into play today. The incident took place in the middle of a spectacular magic show. The accused performed a magic trick in which he thrust a sword into a coffin. A coffin from which the body of the victim then spilled out, dead from a fatal stabbing. The victim's name was Manov Mystery, otherwise known as the Great Mr. Reus. So, I didn't notice this, but his name is Mr. Reus, which is basically like, trying to trick you with something, a ruse. And also, for people wondering why I'm reading, Nayuda's, dialogue like this, is because he talks like this. He has, like, a very calm and soothing voice. He's not loud, and so that's why, I'm reading it like that when I'm reading his dialogue. His blood was found in the sword that was used during the magic trick. Autopsy report. The victim's real name was Man of Mystery. His blood is on the murder weapon.
So his death was just an unfortunate accident.
It is only natural for one to assume as such, Your Honor. However, it was no mere accident, but rather a homicide. The prosecution's position is thus, that this was a murder made to look like an accident.
I see, and you believe this crime was committed by the defendant?
After a thorough consideration of all possible scenarios, I unfortunately had no other choice but to conclude as much. So that's how it's going to be, huh? I guess Ema couldn't convince him after all.
Very well, and now let us hear from the defense.
Naturally, we maintain that the defendant is innocent, Your Honor. If the defense wouldn't mind, could you please explain your reasoning? My reasoning? Well, I would have to say that my main reason is because I believe in the defendant. I see. So you find it difficult to come up with anything more concrete than that, do you? What a fine demonstration of the fact that you are indeed a lawyer of a putrid mind. What?! So literally, he can insult you with just such a calm and soothing voice, too. Putrid mind?
Prosecutor Maddie.
Excuse me, but I don't... Okay, now he's loud.
If you don't mind me asking, Prosecutor, what was that you were just chanting?
And I like when he does the objection, you saw, like, the text in, like, Korean. A sutra of the Holy Mother that guides those of tainted soul toward enlightenment. It is a Koreanist incantation to awaken the foolish from their fruitless slumber. Fitting for a lawyer who indulges in such fancy as the innocence of the accused.
I see. So basically you're asking the defense to get real.
Allow me these few words, defense. It is my duty as a monk to punish sinners, and to guide victim souls to the Twilight Realm. Should you show repentance, and admit to the accused's guilt now, no harm will come to you. But, should you interface with my sacred last rites for the victim, then I shall cast down into the pit of hell, along with Trilogy right. Okay, yeah, you can't threaten somebody in court, even if this is like a religious threat, like, you know, something like saying this is gonna happen to you in the afterlife, you cannot do something like this. It's literally, this guy would be held in contempt of court really quickly. And also is, no matter how much the prosecution and the, defense get heated in a trial, they cannot insult each other. So they cannot do something like that. And you certainly can insult the judge. Insulting the judge is actually worse than the prosecution and defense insulting each other. The easiest way to basically get thrown in contempt of court is to insult the judge. And that's actually what Blackwell did that like 100 times and he never was found in contempt of court. Now wait just 1 minute here. Putrid, pit of hell, is that any way to address someone in a court of law?
Prosecutor Maddie, that may be the way you conduct trials in Karain, but I would appreciate it if you would refrain from such charged language here.
Thank you, Judge, thank you. So literally, it's one thing if you do trials one way in your country, but you cannot bring the way you do things into your country, into this country, and expect people to follow those laws and customs. Your Honor, that was but a Karainist sermon for those who have strayed from the path. Harsh words are often necessary to admonish contemptible deviants who cannot see reason.
Oh, I see. I didn't realize.
I guess they really do hate defense attorneys in Karain, huh? Even still, that was way, way over the top as far as verbal abuse goes. And the trial's only just begun.
Well, defense, I suppose the way a prosecutor does things varies by country. Why don't we look at this as a cross-cultural exchange and try to be open-minded about it?
No. No. He is a foreigner who is coming to prosecute here. He should follow the laws and the customs of this country. You cannot, like, literally, allow him to bring in his own judgments and his own, personal way of doing trials, here. I'm not talking necessarily about his culture, but just the way that he does trials in Karain. You cannot bring that into another, country and says, oh, because he does it this way in his country, we're gonna accept that. No. What?
Bailiff, please bring in the first witness. This judge is so easily manipulated by, prosecutors, it's ridiculous.
Oh no. Oh no, she's eating again. Oh no, come on. Literally, uh-oh. I thought she'd said goodbye to the snackoos.
Detective Skye, the courtroom is no place for gorging yourself.
Yes, and literally, Trucy is on trial. She could possibly get the death penalty. This is serious, and you're in the middle of, doing your cross-examination eating. What's wrong with having a little snack? Girls gotta eat, right? She, seems a little stressed out. Detective Skye, your testimony, please. Yeah, about that. I just want to state for the record that I believe Trucy Wright is innocent.
I'm sorry?
Detective Skye, this path you seek to follow is misguided. Giving the wrongdoer false hope will only, deepen her despair in the end. But let it go, and move on. Acts which go against your duty will earn you divine punishment from the Holy Mother. Fine. I don't know about the divine part, but I get the punishment a bit loud and clear. I guess Emma got assigned tons of paperwork or something for sticking up for Trucy. He and prosecutors that, Sad Maddie, don't seem to get along very well, do they? Sad Maddie? Sad and Mad? Is he... Sad Maddie, is that what's supposed to be? Because I know that the names are like, the names oftentimes symbolize what the characters are. Sad Maddie. He's sad and mad? Is that... Nayuda, does that name mean anything? Shall we continue? The prosecution contends that the accused had a clear motive. The evidence, if you would, Detective Skye. Alright. Please take a look at this poster. It's a Troop Grammary poster from 13 years ago. Is it just me, or is it a little different from the one in Miss Wright's dressing room? Yeah, the cancelled part. On the top left, that's what's different. This is a revised version of that poster. This one says cancelled under Mr. Reus. That's right, Mr. Reus left the troupe after the first version of the poster was printed. Take a look at Mr. Reus's right forearm, near his elbow. See the big scar there? Oh yeah, I see it. Left side, I see it. He apparently got that when he made a mistake while practicing a magic trick. Ouch. Quite a scar. Because of the accident, Magnifi Grammary concluded Mr. Reus was too unskilled. Just before the show was to open, Magnifi announced Mr. Reus wouldn't be appearing. But in defiance of Magnifi's decision, Mr. Reus tried to go on stage anyway. This is, in turn, caused Magnifi to oust Mr. Reus from the troupe on the spot. So he was too unskilled and he got thrown out, basically.
He kicked Mr. Reus out. That seems rather extreme. Did he really have to go that far?
When it came to magic, Troop Gramarye was so passionate, or should I say extreme about it, that it caused problems for them from time to time.
Yes, they even caused this court a mountain of trouble with their extreme antics.
And now, the troop's successor has committed a murder. It seems the troop's rare talent was inherited by the right person after all. A putrid talent for criminality.
You should rather extreme yourself, prosecutor. You sound rather extreme yourself, prosecutor.
Criminals with impure souls do not deserve sympathy, Your Honor. As I was saying, after his expulsion, Mr. Reus apparently went on to hold a grudge against the troop. He would tell those close to him, "I will get my revenge on Troop Gramarye someday."
Revenge, That certainly sounds antagonistic.
Mr. Reus was apparently ousted from Troop Gramarye 13 years ago due to an injury he sustained. And then, his chance for revenge finally came. If you would be so kind, Detective Skye. I guess I don't have a choice, do I? What is this testimony that she's gonna give? Let's see what this testimony is going to be. The defendant's motive. The victim planned to get his revenge on Troop Gramarye during the Trilogy's magic show. I love the new testimony music, the cross-examination music in Spirit of Justice. These games always excel in their soundtracks. Mr. Reus was going to first steal the Gramarye notebook from the defendant. He then intended to reveal the secrets behind their magic tricks during the show. That was the victim's plan for revenge, and while he did in fact steal the notebook, the defendant murdered him before he had a chance to reveal the secrets. So he tried to steal the notebook, and he's claiming Trilogy murdered him for that? By the time the accused had discovered the notebook's theft, it was too late. Her only option was to kill Mr. Reus and make it look like an accident.
Objection!
That's nothing but conjecture!
Objection!
The victim's assistant, Bonny de Famme, gave the police a statement. He testified that just before the start of the show, Mr. Reus said, "I'm going to reveal all of Troop Gramarye's secrets on stage today." And why are we not hearing about this until the trial just now? What? Well, that isn't exactly a great starting point for a rebuttal, is it? You're telling me. Allow me to give you one piece of advice, defense. Oh? And what's that? Let it go, and move on. Excuse me? Helping a sinner will only sully your own soul. One possessed of an unclear soul will burn in the flames of hell, and then be ever burdened with that sin in their next life. But I don't believe in that sort of thing. Besides, I have no intention of giving up. Oh, Holy Mother, grant me the strength to deal with this putrid lawyer. All actions have consequences, and yours will surely earn you the honor of being a mere stink bug, at best in your next life. A stink bug?
Now then, Mr. Justice, your cross-examination, please.
So isn't this ironic that, like, a prosecutor that's very... So, like, he's not extremely aggressive in his tone, but just the way that he talks down to people like they're idiots, just in his like, really calm voice. The defendant's motive. Oh, and the symbols are new, they're now lawyer badge symbols in the top right. The victim planned to get his revenge on Troop Gramarye during Trilogy's magic show.
Hold it!
Revenge after all this time? It's been 13 years already. Why now? I know, right? I thought that was pretty sketchy myself. I mean, wouldn't he have done it a long time ago if he were gonna do it after... Detective Skye, self-indulgent outbursts such as those will earn you divine punishment. In the form of a salary evaluation. Salary evaluation. Eep. So maybe her eating is a way for her to cope with the stress. That might be it. Wait, that's what divine punishment means? So literally is, she's worried about her career, but also she is, she's also, doesn't want to, throw blame on Trucy. So she's in a really horrible position right now. But anyways, but here's the thing about this, is a prosecutor cannot, threaten a detective. And a prosecutor certainly cannot threaten a witness. They can't do that during a cross-examination, because that would be considered tampering with the case, really, when you think about it. Because if they're under duress, they're under pressure, they might give false testimony because they're being threatened. Even if the prosecutor says, "Oh, you're gonna get fired if you don't give, the right testimony," stuff like that is gonna pressure them, to testify in a certain way. And the only thing a prosecutor can say really is they could kind of, I guess, and this would be kind of like a gray area, that if you give false testimony, if you give testimony that is not true, you could lose your job, in a way. But the way that he's specifically saying it, you can't talk like that. So, like, and by the way, detectives don't need explaining of this. Detectives know that if you give false testimony, not only could you be arrested for that, but you could also lose your job, which you probably will. So, you cannot threaten witnesses. You cannot do something like that. Also, when witnesses are given immunity, because witnesses are given immunity in certain cases where if they are a part of a crime, like, for example, Sergio, in the last part of LA Noire, Sergio was given immunity, where he was part of that, marijuana, drug ring that Ernesto and Sanders were running. He was part of it, but he was given immunity, so he's not going to be prosecuted for that as long as he testifies against them. And so, the thing about this is immunity only goes so far. Immunity covers you as long as everything that you tell is true. If you tell something that is not true, you are not covered under immunity. So you are not protected during that. So even though some witnesses are granted immunity, that doesn't give you the right to lie, though. You still have to tell the truth. And then if you tell the truth, you will be granted immunity. Wait, that's what divine punishment means? Let the detectives have her snack. This humble servant of the Holy Mother shall explain. Over a decade ago, True Gramarye was at the height of their popularity. But then, their reputation declined, and they had all but faded from public memory. Until recently, that is, when Trucy Wright sought to recapture their former glory.
The defendant! And at such a young age, too! How impressive!
Yes, the accused's skill at magic is undeniably impressive. If she hadn't fallen onto the path of sin, she would have had a bright future ahead of her.
It's always sad to see such promising young potential go to waste. Now then, Detective Skye, how did Mr. Reus plan to get his revenge?
So, about this is, the judge is meant to judge, and, the judge is basically there to make sure that both the defense and the prosecution are not violating the rules of the trial. That's basically, what the judge is there for. And the judge can't say, oh, the young is, it's such a shame to see young potential go to waste, because that's really taking a side at that point.
And please put down the snackoos before you continue with your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Reus was going to first steal the Gramarye notebook from the defendant.
Hold it!
What evidence do you have that Mr. Reus actually stole the notebook? Well, you see, Oh my god. Speak! Whenever you're ready, Detective. Fret not, Detective Skye. You've nothing to repent for. You should be proud of the fine forensic discovery that you made. Forensic discovery? And what did she discover specifically? Detective Skye identified a certain set of fingerprints on the notebook. Upon further inspection, he determined that they belonged to Mr. Reus. What?! The detective found the fingerprints entirely of her own volition. For that, I must say, well done, Detective Skye. Urgh. Get a little too addicted to using your precious white powder, did you, Emma? Now, Detective Skye, I would ask you to explain exactly how Mr. Reus intended to use a notebook to exact his revenge. So it's one thing if he had fingerprints in the notebook, but that's not necessarily proof that he stole it. The fingerprints could have gotten there a few different ways. And also, he could have been killed beforehand, and his body could have been used because, you know, fingerprints are still left even after the person is dead. You know, you could take somebody's, oh, what the hell, my camera? My camera just disappeared. What happened with my camera? Oh, no. Oh, great. Hold on one second here, guys. This is bad right now. My camera just disappeared. Okay, hold. Oh, man. Well, what I was trying to say was that is that when somebody's dead, their fingerprints can still be used. So they can still, you know, the killer could have still killed Mr. Reus beforehand, put his fingerprints on the book, and that could have been used. Okay, hold on a second. I'm sorry, everybody, about the camera going out. This really sucks right now. Just give me a second here to fix this. Okay. Okay, we are back right now. Okay, that was just that sucked. Okay, sorry. I'm on a different computer, by the way. So yeah, I'm on a different computer than I normally, you know, record on. So I don't know what that was about. But I just unplugged the camera and plugged it back in, and it works. All right. Well, first he stole the notebook. He then intended to reveal the secrets behind their magic tricks during the show.
Hold it!
I'm going to reveal all Troop Gremory's secrets on stage today. That's what Mr. Reus himself said, right? Right, but he didn't exactly specify which Gremory secrets he was talking about. But the prosecution thinks he was referring to the secrets behind Troop Gremory's magic. Yes, that is the prosecution's assertion. When the accused realized that Mr. Reus was to reveal her family's most closely guarded secrets, he naturally panicked. So basically, Brucey's notebook was hiding in Mr. Reus's things because he had stolen it himself.
I see. Truly a motive that only a magician could have.
Yes, that's what the prosecution believes anyway. That was the victim's plan for revenge, and while he did in fact steal the notebook.
Hold it!
Do you really believe what you're saying, Detective Skye? Do you really think Miss Wright killed Mr. Reus to stop him from getting his revenge? Of course I don't think that. The Trucy we know would never... Keep your private considerations separate from your public duty. I warned you about this very thing before the trial began, did I not, Detective Skye? So another thing about this is, you are, in certain situations, people can testify about the character of somebody. So basically, if somebody knows somebody personally, they can testify in their favor. But it's also a gray area, like I said, because it's more of an opinion part. There are times where really close people to somebody could testify and say, this is a good person, I've known them for a long time, they would never do something like that. It's rare. It doesn't tend to happen a lot, but it can happen. I do remember, though, there was this case that I learned about in school. It was, you know, a really long time ago, and basically what happened was there was this guy who, you know, broke into this house, and when the guy broke into the house, he ended up, you know, kidnapping, like, I think it was like a child, and I don't remember if it was a daughter or a son, and what he did was he threatened the mother and told the mother to, you know, go to the bank, withdraw tons of cash, or he's gonna hurt her child. The mother went to the bank, did not tell the police, you know, withdrew, you know, thousands of dollars, you know, came back. What he then did is he tied the mother and the child to the bed, he set the bed on fire, and he killed both of them. It was one of the most brutal cases that I've ever, you know, heard about. And what ended up happening is, at the trial, that killer's child was actually brought in, his daughter. And she was testifying and saying, you know, my daddy, and this is a child that was testifying, saying, my daddy is a good man, you know, he would not do something like this, you know, please don't take him away from me, you know, please don't send him to prison. I don't remember if he got life or death, that I don't remember, because this was a long time ago this happened. This happened, I think, like, you know, maybe 20 years ago or more. But anyways, about it is, the jury did not buy it, and, you know, sentenced the guy to, you know, life or death. I don't remember if he got death or life, but he either got life or death. And that's basically, that was basically that situation. And so, you know, you think about that, a situation like that, where somebody, you know, somebody has a child And then also murders a child for money at the same time too. You know, a despicable person. So, like I said, this is a very gray area, and Trilogy obviously did not kill any person here. But the point that I'm getting at is that people will come in sometimes and they'll want to testify about a person's character, and they'll say, oh, you know, this person's a good person. And also, the guy 100% did it. There's no doubt that the guy, you know, did his DNA. I think it was his DNA or his fingerprints were at the scene. It was clear evidence that he did it. He was the one who did it. So nobody else could have done it. And that was, so, like, testifying about somebody's content and their character is a very gray area. Like I said, it's an opinion testimony, and opinion testimonies usually do not fly very well in court, because courts rely primarily on evidence is what they rely on. Let me see here. I warned you about this very thing before the trial began, did I not, Detective Skye? Yes, you did. Please recite my exact words to you. Ema Skye, you are a detective first and foremost, not the accused's friend. Remember your duty and fulfill it faithfully. Also, another thing about this is, if there was a detective involved in the case, and the detective had a personal connection to the case, I'm not talking about being tied to the crime scene, but like knowing somebody. If it's like the detective's friend or family member, the detective will be taken off the case. They're not going to get fired because they can't control what happens, you know, outside of their job. It's not their responsibility what somebody else did, but they're not going to be allowed to work on the case. So they'll just be assigned to a different case entirely. So, also, this would never happen because Ema would never be assigned to the same case as Trilogy. It would just never happen. Excellent. So do you remember what I said to you? Your devotion to your work will be rewarded, for the Holy Mother sees all. This Holy Mother is no scientific concept I've ever heard of. Those two really don't get along, do they? Well, science and religion go together about as well as oil and water. As I was saying, the defendant murdered, him, before he had a chance to reveal the secrets.
Hold it!
I'm sorry, but what exactly is the basis for claiming was murder? Beats me. What? The basis is beats me? You'll have to ask Prosecutor Sadmati over there, because he hasn't told me his reasoning either. Detective Skye, your feeding of information to the defense has not gone unnoticed by my eyes. Ugh. The bad karma of acts which go against your duty will impinge upon you in your next life. But even before that, it may impinge upon your job in the form of a transfer. But please don't get me kicked out of the forensics unit. Anything but that. Or Ema. She's really been risking everything for us. Well, Prosecutor Sadmati, what are your grounds for claiming homicide? I want to hear this. It was the luminous tape in the understage passage. I realized that it had been moved. Moved so that Mr. Reus would climb up into the downstage coffin by mistake. What? Mr. Reus, who was waiting in the understage passage, was supposed to have used the upstage ladder shown here on the left. He was to climb up into the coffin that had been set up in the backstage area. After being turned into a stuffed dragon during Act 1, Mr. Reus was supposed to come back to life and emerge from that coffin. But the luminous tape had been moved to mark the downstage ladder. So the victim climbed up into the coffin, on the stage itself, by mistake. The very same coffin the accused thrust her sword into. And you have proof that it was my client who moved the tape. Do we have a picture of this basement? We have this, at least. Can those ladders be moved? Because I'll tell you something, magicians have one specific talent that a lot of people really don't talk about. Do you know what that talent is? They have really good memory. Really good magicians have almost like photographic memory, because they have to remember every single thing with their trick. They have to make sure that nothing goes wrong, because some tricks are dangerous. So magicians have really, really good memory. And the thing about this is, if he was practicing several times for this show, if he was practicing several times for this show, he would have been able to easily tell which was the right ladder. He would have been able to tell that the tape was moved. Because if he was practicing, he would have climbed that ladder several times. He would have known that it was the left ladder, not the right ladder, that he was supposed to climb up. So that's basically what I would say is that a magician has really good memory, and that's what I would actually bring up during the trial. That's what I would say, is I would say that the magician has really good memory, and he would know which ladder he's supposed to climb up. Even if he knows the tape, he would know that there's something off. But of course, Detective Skye. Don't tell me Trucy's fingerprints are on the tape. Oh, that's right. Identify the defendant's fingerprints on the luminous tape. Oh. I knew it. You what? He actually had proof. Well, defense, are you finally ready to let it all go and move on? Absolutely not.
Detective, please add this information about the prints in the tape to your testimony.
The defendant's prints were on the tape. I guess she must have moved it during the show. Wait a second! Trucy was wearing gloves! How would her prints get on the... But how would I bring that up, that Trucy was wearing gloves? Maybe we could use this as evidence right here. Because this is the tape. Trucy was wearing gloves. There's already a flaw in his logic. Let's see, is there the tape of Trucy here? It should be here. Yeah, look right there. You see Trucy, and she has gloves on. So there's not going to be any fingerprints. So why would there be fingerprints on the tape?
Hold it!
What made you think to check the luminous tape for prints? Well, I bet it was Detective's intuition. I dusted not just the tape, but just about everywhere for fingerprints. Oh. I dusted pretty much every single surface in the theater. I mean, it was so nice to be able to dust for prints without anybody getting mad at me. It's great that you're enthusiastic, Emma, but there is such a thing as too enthusiastic. Tape was moved. Guide Mr. Reus into the coffin that was downstage. But the tape, Trucy could have set up the tape without gloves, like, you know, days beforehand, and her prints would have remained on it. And then somebody could have worn gloves, taken the tape, and put it there. That's what they could have done. If that's true, it does sound like a murder rather than an accident. It certainly doesn't help that Trucy's prints are on the tape. Wish I knew what sound, would even be appropriate to make in this situation. Okay, it's this statement. She moved it during the show, but she had gloves. Let's see if I get this right.
Objection!
Ah, no. It doesn't work. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to be careful. Okay. Okay. Trucy wore gloves during the show as none of her fingerprints. It's this one then. It's the fingerprint results. It should be this. This should be it then. Let's see.
Objection!
It is this. Okay. That's one thing. This is one thing that I hate about, like, about when you show evidence in this game, too. I love this game, don't get me wrong, I'll give this game a 9 out of 10. It's one of the best games I ever played. But, like, I could have used the footage as evidence, too. Because that's the show, and you see her wearing gloves during the show, too. So that's pretty much the same exact piece of evidence. So I was right. It was the gloves, I was right. It just wasn't the right piece of evidence that I showed. I'm sorry, Detective Skye, but there's a flaw in your testimony. Oh, really? The prosecution is claiming that Miss Wright moved the understage tape during the show, in order to guide the victim into the coffin downstage. But it doesn't make sense that she would leave prints in the tape at that time.
It doesn't.
Please consider the fingerprint thing results of the main coffin, which shows that not one of my client's fingerprints were found on or in it. That's true. We didn't find any of her prints on that coffin. I think you realize what the flaw in your testimony is. Claiming Miss Wright left prints in the tape during the show is inconsistent with the facts. Because she was wearing gloves during the show. Oh! She must have left the prints sometime before the show started. In other words, her prints do not prove she moved the tape to mislead the victim. The prosecutor's investigation was insufficient. There we go. And the music kicks in, and so pretty much, this is, a lawyer's job is ultimately to prove doubt. That's what a lawyer's job is there. It's there to prove doubt. And this is pretty much proving doubt to the jury. That could she have really done that on purpose to mislead the victim? It's like I said earlier, that tape could have been placed by her days beforehand, and then somebody with gloves took the tape off and put it there to basically frame her. The prosecution investigation was insufficient. Oh my. But on a personal level, I'm very happy about that.
Well, Prosecutor Maddie, if the defense's argument is true, then you have no evidence that the defendant moved the tape to deceive the victim.
I see. Apparently, the defense is more intelligent than I had thought. More than a stink bug, at any rate. Come on, you can bump me up to at least the stag beetle now, can't you? Would that really be any better? Of course, way better. Stag beetles are cool with those huge mandibles of theirs. If the defense wishes to be promoted to a stag beetle, then answer me this question. Alright, shoot. Even with no evidence that the accused moved the tape to misguide the victim still climbed the ladder using the tape as a guide. And entered the coffin on the stage. The accused then thrust her sword into said coffin with the victim in it.
So what you're saying is, the fact remains that the victim was stabbed to death, right?
Precisely. However, this does drastically change one aspect of this case. If the accused did not lead the victim into the coffin on purpose, it's changed from murder to manslaughter, that's probably what he's going to say, let's see. And it means the victim's death could have been accidental. If it was indeed an accident, the defense can argue that it was involuntary manslaughter. That is basically what that is basically what I said. I predicted the whole thing right here, right now. So again, for people confused, there is, you know, three forms of, killings. Well, technically 4 forms of killings. There is homicide, that's one form of killing, where it's basically murder. It's you plan to kill somebody and you carry it out. And then there's manslaughter, which manslaughter has 2 forms. There's non-voluntary manslaughter and involuntary manslaughter. Non-voluntary manslaughter is when you kill somebody, but you don't really, you have less fault, basically, in it than involuntary manslaughter. Like, an example of, like, non-voluntary manslaughter, for example, would be, like somebody, like, purchasing heroin for somebody. Like, you know, a victim asks you to purchase them heroin, you purchase them heroin, and they die from a drug overdose. You ended up killing them because you bought them the heroin. You didn't intend for them to die, they asked you to do it, but you did it anyways, and it led to their deaths. So that's non-voluntary manslaughter. And, you know, and another example of non-voluntary manslaughter would be like protesters blocking an ambulance. Like, protesters blocking the road when an ambulance has to get through and a person dies in the backseat because the ambulance couldn't get to the hospital. I mean, that is non-voluntary manslaughter at the same time, too. It wasn't the, you know, the accident itself was the main cause of the death for the person, but because delay that happened because of them blocking the road that did not allow the ambulance to get through led to the death. And involuntary manslaughter is more serious. That is basically where somebody is killed in more blame. There's more blame for the person that you directly led to their deaths. And a perfect example of involuntary manslaughter is like two guys in a bar drinking, getting drunk, getting into an argument with each other, and then one guy stabs the other guy with a beer bottle, or the one guy beats the other guy up so badly that he kills him. That's an example of involuntary manslaughter. And then the other one is negligent homicide, which negligent homicide, what that basically is you kill somebody while doing something illegal. Like, a perfect example of that is, like, somebody speeding. Like, somebody recklessly speeding. They're already breaking the law. They're not supposed to be driving so quick, and they run somebody over. That's an example of negligent homicide. So that's just for people that are a bit confused by that. But also here's the thing is, let's assume that all the facts, let's assume that this is all true, because I don't think that Trilogy killed Reus. Even if this was, like, even if she accidentally stabbed him, I don't think this happened. I think Reus was killed beforehand because of the fact that look at his back. He's stabbed in the back. If he was standing in the coffin and she was hitting him from the side, he'd be stabbed in the side. He wouldn't be stabbed in the back. So I think that Reus was killed before this, and I think he was somehow put in the coffin. That's what I think. I don't think that Trilogy was the one who killed him. I think he was killed before this, and I think he was put in the coffin to make it seem like Trilogy killed him. Now, about this, let's say that this is all true, right? Let's say that Trilogy did kill him with the sword, right? If Trilogy was not the one who moved the tape, if somebody else moved the tape, and she ended up killing him, that is not her fault. That is not even a manslaughter charge. She ended up killing him, sure, but it's not her fault, because somebody else put the events into motion for her to kill him. Basically it. So she did not end up killing him, so this isn't even a manslaughter, because manslaughter requires some guilt. That's what manslaughter requires. It requires some form of guilt. Less guilt for non-voluntary manslaughter, more guilt for involuntary manslaughter. So there needs to be some form of guilt. There needs to be some form of guilty state of mind. Some form of it. But there's none here, because she was doing the magic show, somebody moved the tape, he went up there, supposedly, if that's even what happened, and got stabbed. So this is not even a manslaughter charge. This isn't. And Apollo should not even take the manslaughter charge, because she's not innocent. It's just, Sad Manny is just trying to end the case really quickly. That's what he's trying to do.
I see. If it was involuntary manslaughter, they could plead extenuating circumstances, and the severity of the crime could be mitigated.
Defense, if you believe the accused did not murder the victim, then do you argue that it was an accident? This is it. The all-important question. The defense argues that Mr. Reus's death was murder. It's murder, but it's not Trilogy's. And I'm gonna save here just in case, but it's murder. It is, because it's not Trilogy who murdered him. Somebody else. If somebody else had moved the tape on purpose moved the tape, they knew what they were doing. They were trying to frame Trilogy for the crime, and they were gonna get Mr. Reus killed. That is murder. So basically, if you set something up for somebody to die, that's murder. Because you planned it out. You planned for somebody to die in an accident, that is murder. That is it. So murder is basically when you plan to kill somebody and you carry it out. You don't have to physically be there to commit the murder. But if you set some kind of events into motion that ultimately lead to that person's death, and you know that's going to kill that person, that's murder. So it's murder. The defense maintains that the defendant is entirely innocent. We believe that it wasn't an accident, but murder. And what's more, we believe it was committed by a third party. A third party, as if the true culprit is someone else. That is quite a brazen claim to make, and one wholly without grounds. Your voice is as loud as your suit, and your mind echoes just as loudly in emptiness. Surely, you were but a loud red pepper in your previous life. I've been demoted to a vegetable? Wow, I didn't know a person could be reincarnated as a non-sentient plant. In any case, I do have grounds to make this claim. Let us hear this reasoning of yours then. Alright, but before I give it, there's one question that we need to address. If the victim was killed by some third party, then the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin wasn't the cause of death. If that's the case, then how did we wind up with a dead body inside the coffin?
A very good question. Now let's hear your opinion, Mr. Justice. How did the victim's body wind up inside the coffin?
He was killed in the coffin. Also, I'm sorry if, like, my screen, like, flickers at times, guys. I'm using a different computer. I'm gonna take a look at my settings after this video to make sure this doesn't happen again. He was killed under stage. That's what it is. He wasn't killed in the coffin, he was killed under stage. Yeah, it's not magic, he wasn't killed, he was killed under stage. What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put into the coffin? In other words, what if the victim was already dead in the coffin from the get-go?
Oh, I see. In that case, the defendant's sword wouldn't have been the cause of death. How do you respond, Prosecutor Sad Maddie?
That is the third time.
The third time of what?
What the heck is this? Ow, my head. What do you think you're doing? Even the merciful Holy Mother loses patience if she is struck 3 times. Since you never learned, you needed to be punished. Why don't you let me worry about what I need and don't need? You can't assault somebody in court. It is what you deserve for interfering with my sacred last rites for the victim. You are a brainless lawyer chasing phantoms. You know nothing. Let this humble servant of the Holy Mother give you an edifying sermon. Sermon? Now? There is a passage in the sacred scriptures of Koreanism. Horned frog will swallow even a snake. Huh?
A cornered lawyer has unexpectedly struck back hard against the prosecution. Did I get it right?
No, for I am not done with my sermon. And yet, frog still dies, its belly bitten and torn from within. Just great. And in this case, you are that frog defense. What exactly is your point anyway? Let's assume for a moment that the victim was killed under the stage. Who then had the opportunity to do so during the show? Let's see. People in the show were Bonny de Famme, the victim, Mr. Reus, and Trilogy Wright. Bonny de Famme was on stage throughout the entire show, as easily confirmed by the footage from the show. Which leaves us only with one suspect, Trilogy Wright. Ugh. Now do you see? The accused killed Mr. Reus as he waited on standby in the understage passage, and then placed his dead body in the coffin above, thus making the murder look like an accident.
No!
But his reasoning is flawed, but then why would Trilogy then put the tape there? It makes no sense. Oh great and merciful Holy Mother. Thus, another putrid mind has been guided towards enlightenment. I can't believe I swallowed his trick question hole.
Objection!
Sorry, but I have to raise an objection here. Mina, what are you? There's something I want to point out, Apollo. And who might you be? You strike me as a mere child in countenance. I may be young, but I have an attorney's badge just the same. And you would contribute to this discussion in that capacity. I most certainly would. You just argued the defendant killed the victim under the stage. But let me remind you that Miss Wright is a girl. Clearly. Surely you didn't raise an objection simply to point out such an obvious fact. Your Honor, please send for this little child's guardian to come take her home.
Hold it!
But I'm not done with my sermon. You don't need to talk like Prosecutor Sad Matty, you know. Listen, if the victim was killed in the understage passage, then his body would then have to be hauled up to the stage, right? However, Miss Wright is a young girl, and a pretty petite one at that. She couldn't have possibly hefted that large body up and put it in the coffin. True. Good point.
That's true. It does seem like it would be a rather difficult task for the defendant. I don't think even I could do it.
What do you think of that, Prosecutor? Who's the child now? In my religion, the priestesses of Koranism are revered as the pillars of our beliefs. So I naturally hold nothing but deep respect for women. I also think highly of the female perspective. Says the man who called this fair a maiden a little child. Who's a fair maiden? I agree that your point is worth discussing, defense. How, indeed, was a dead body raised up into the coffin? By the accused, Trilogy Wright, that is. You're committed to pointing the finger at her no matter what, huh? Then you explain how that even be possible. But of course... there was a way for even a small creature like her to raise the victim's body up. Is he gonna talk about the lifts? Huh? Wait? You can really explain it. I foresaw that our arguments would come to this, so I prepared a witness.
Whoa, whoa! I admire your readiness, Prosecutor.
It is really not that difficult when one can read the ultimate outcome of any trial. He couldn't have really predicted that things would turn out like this, could he? Pretty hard to believe. Excuse me, but may I step down now?
Yes, I suppose you may.
One moment, Detective Skye. I'm sorry for, you know, the way I handled all of this. You did a fine job, Detective. Your testimony was invaluable. It was. Yes, you served well as a detective. It did not allow your personal feelings to interfere. You overcame the conflicted emotions you felt and performed your duty admirably. You will be rewarded for your fine work. Oh? Thank you? I hope we can work together again in the future. Ema seems bewildered by the unexpected praise. I guess he's a pretty nice person, like they say, as long as you're not up against him.
Now then, let us, call the next witness.
It's Bonnie, right? Witness, please state your name and occupation. Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the court. It's very nice to meet all of you. I'm a lagomorph, illusionist from the land of fairy tales, Bonny de Famme. I can't wait to do some magic tricks for all of you. Please, witness. There is a time and place for all things, including magic. Ah, but it would be okay if I do some little magic, right? Come on, please. Look, everybody's waiting. Now's my chance to shine. This is a murder trial. That is your second time. My second time doing what? There will be no further warnings. You should know that from our preparatory meeting, correct? No one exempt from His Holiness' Rosary of Suffering?
May we have your testimony, witness? You've recovered from your, disappointment.
Well, as a huge fan of Trilogy's, I don't really want to testify against her. But I guess I have to, don't I? No, she's not a true fan of Trilogy's. As a huge fan of Trilogy's, huh? I hate her. I loathe her. I can't stand that Trilogy right. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. So this is exactly what that sniveling brat deserves. Yeah, so Bonnie is evil, really. Sure, you're a real fan, alright. Of destroying Trilogy, you mean. The understage passage. I really can't believe that Trilogy killed Mr. Reus. I guess it's possible for a small girl to lift a dead body up if she used a stage lift. I knew it! I knew they were gonna say the stage lift. Is it possible? Did Trilogy really have... If Trilogy did use a stage lift, I think she must have used stage lift too. I was on stage for the entire show, by the way. You were on stage the whole time. And you're sure about that? There is no question. The entire audience could testify to that fact. What's more, she's shown clearly in the TV footage as well. I couldn't possibly have killed Mr. Reus, not little old me. Therefore, the only person who could have killed the victim under stage is the accused. Furthermore, by using a stage lift, even a petite young lady could have raised the body up to the stage without difficulty. You've got to be kidding me.
Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
Okay. What I'm gonna do here is I want to watch this footage one more time. We're gonna watch Bonny here very carefully and see if there's any point that Bonny could have not been on the stage. Okay, I still see Bonny. Lucy did use a stage lift. I think she must have used stage lift 2. I think it's this one.
Hold it!
Stage lift 2. You mean the stage lift shown here on the left? That's right, with a stage lift. I think even a small girl could possibly lift a dead body up to the stage. And so that makes her the murderer, in your opinion. Of course not, I believe in Trucy. Like I said, I'm a huge fan of hers. Oh brother, how long is she gonna keep this act up? Defense, what position was stage lift 2 in after the show? Let's see. If I recall, it was in the fully raised position. Ah. And the reason why it was fully raised is because the accused used it to lift up the victim's body. Wouldn't you agree? Feel free to slowly mull it over while you roast over the flames of hell. You evil red pepper. But now I'm also evil. I was on stage for the entire show, by the way.
Hold it!
You didn't have a single spare moment to slip down to the other stage passage. Huh? Don't tell me you suspect me now. I'm just trying to do my job by fully examining your alibi. Depending on how solid it is, I might have to suspect you, yes. You gotta be kidding me! Don't spit on my head and tell me it's raining, lawyer boy! Oh, there we go. I'm right there in the footage, or are you too much of an idiot to see? Huh?
Mr. Fame, are you feeling alright? You seem suddenly different.
Oh, oops. Where did that come from, right? Oh my, I seemed to have snapped there for a second, didn't I? Hehe. You didn't just snap, you broke character just now. In any case, I was on stage the whole time performing magic. I mean, you saw me in the footage, right? My dazzling and flawless performance. Flawless? That's odd, considering what you told me. You said that you'd made a mistake with where you positioned Mr. Hat.
Mr. Fame, to what is the defense referring?
Well, I made a little mistake on stage. I was in charge of operating Mr. Hat, you see. According to the script, I was supposed to place him to the left of the coffin. But I flubbed it up and made him stand to the right of the coffin instead. And because of that mistake, Trucy had to move the stage lifts around. I feel really bad about messing Trucy up like that with my goof. Hee hee. Darn it. I don't see any consistencies in her testimony. Now a second. What if the body was already on the stage lift, and then Trucy moved it? Hey, now do you know who the real killer is? Come on, Gramps, don't just sit there, hand down your ruling pronto. Do it quick, before you, keel over up there. Yeah, hold her in contempt of court, Judge.
I beg your pardon.
Oops. What's gotten into me? I'm so sorry. I give her another 5 minutes before she tears off that mask. Well, defense. Are you ready to let it all go now? Well, of course not. I'll never give up. I see. I suppose this too is fate. The sacred scriptures of Koreanism describe a variety of hells for the damned. For someone like you, who struggles ceaselessly against this fate. Papoljihig seems most appropriate. People boy what? Oh wait, that's Koreanese.
What sort of terrible place is Papoljig?
A place where the more one struggles, the further one falls into the abyss. At the bottom of the abyss, a ferocious beast awaits. Think of it as something akin to Antillon's sandpit trap.
Oh, there's one of those in my backyard.
Wow, Korean's hell is closer to home than I thought.
Now then, it would appear that the witness's testimony supports the prosecution's claim that the defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim on their stage.
Herc, how are we supposed to get out of this jam? Hey Apollo, if you can't find any contradictions, maybe it's time to use analytical psychology. Yup. You mean, I heard some discord in Bonnie's voice while she was testifying. Here we go. See, Widget is picking up on the noise in her heart too. That's right. Tina can hear things others can't with her super sensitive hearing. She can hear the emotions people suppress as a kind of noise or discord in their voices. Alright, Athena. Let's give it a try. You got it.
Hold it!
Your Honor. I'm afraid that our witness, Mr. Famme, is suffering under terrible traumatic stress due to the horrible incident.
She is.
Yes, what with that terrible death on stage, and her beloved Trucy getting arrested, she's under awful strain and shock. In fact, I don't know, much more she can take before she's unfit to testify. What?
Oh, I've heard of that. What is it called? Postal stress disorder?
PTSD. That's what it's called. Post-traumatic stress disorder. Not postal stress disorder.
It's where a person becomes uncontrollably angry, I think. I read about it somewhere.
That's going postal, Your Honor. This is PTSD.
Oh my. So that's why the witness acts so hostile at times, as if she were a different person.
Yes, and I think her condition is clouding her memory of the incident. Therefore, I suggest a short therapy session for the witness. Huh? Therapy? You don't know the first thing about a magician's mental strength. I've risked my life jumping through rings of fire and having my body sawn in half. Oopsie. Boy, I have to watch my temper, don't I? Hee hee.
Miss Sykes, please do whatever you can to help this unfortunate young lady.
And what exactly is this child planning to do, Mr. Justice? With her super-sensitive hearing, Miss Sykes can hear a witness's true emotions. Simply from tone and inflection, she can tell exactly what a person is feeling. I can even pick out feelings that a witness is trying to suppress or hide. Widget projects the emotions I hear into the mood matrix where I can analyze them. It sounds like some sort of spurious devilry. Though I find it hard to believe, I must ask. Says the guy who is constantly, you know, bringing up his crazy religion in court. It's, oh man. How do emotions, constitute evidence?
Well, I won't say that emotions can be taken as evidence per se. I have seen how instrumental Miss Sykes' work has been in cracking a case. Therefore, I wholly support giving it a try.
I see. If you are in favor of it, Your Honor, then I have no objections. Even this mere monk can see that something disturbs the witness. I'll disturb you. Oh, thank you for understanding, Prosecutor Sad Betty. Apollo, you remember how to conduct a therapy session, right? You want me to lead the session? Of course. You're the lead on this case, after all. Fair enough. But, do I need to refresh your... No need. I know how to do it. I think I still remember from the last time. So let's get right to it. Okie dokie. You ready, Widget? Let's do this. Okay. Let me just move my camera over so that we could just see this better here. We're looking for an emotion that doesn't make sense. I guess Trucy's the one who killed Mr. Reus. Even she could move the body with that lift. I was on stage at the time. There's nothing here. But that terrible mistake... My stupid flub caused Trucy so much trouble. I feel so bad about it. There's the emotion right there. See that? Happiness. Why is she feeling happiness when she feels bad about it?
Got it!
Right there. There it is. I have to say, Mr. Fame, you certainly are a strange one. Even though you said I feel so bad about it, it seems you were feeling happy about it. I think I guess why you were feeling happy. It must be because you made a mistake. It was Trucy's big debut. You messed Trucy up. I think you were happy because you messed the defendant up. I'm right, aren't I? You gotta be kidding me. Why would I be happy I messed Trucy up? I'm a big fan of hers. Because we saw you. I hate her. I loathe her. I can't stand that Trucy right. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. So this is exactly what that sniveling brat deserves. We saw how you said you hated Trucy right. How you were glad she was in trouble. And how it was what she deserved. It looks like I hit the bunny on the head, so to speak. Herb. Apollo, the noise level dropped. Now if we could get it down to 0. Well, Mr. Fame, are you ready to confess how you really feel? And that's her name, Bonny de Famme. Bonny de Famme is, she wants to be famous like Trucy, but she's not as famous, and she's jealous. What? What do you mean? I'm Bonny, the sweet, cute little bunny. I'm a rookie magician working hard to be just like my idol Trucy. That's the character I'm supposed to be.
Objection!
A character, nothing more. Keep that up, Mr. Fame, and you're going to have a mental breakdown. Just let yourself be who you really are. Who I really am. The two sides of you are fighting each other and doing a psychic harm. I can hear them. Two distinct voices battling inside you. Shut your pie hole! You know nothing, know it all. Urk, I mean, you mustn't say things like that or I might get flustered. Mr. Fame, how long do you insist on maintaining this wolf in sheep's clothing act? We can't end this therapy session until you get real with us. Set the wild beast inside you free. Grr. Ha ha ha. Don't make me laugh. You don't know a dang thing about me. You want to see who I really am? Fine, take a good look. What the hell? Hee. What in the world? Sheep's clothing, you got it all wrong. It's a rabbit suit I've got on. And I'm not a wolf, I'm a blood-sucking vampire, a bat with fangs and wings. Hee. Eek. I think we just opened Pandora's box. I'm finally done with that goody two-shoes, cottontail act. I feel free as a bat.
Defense! Your therapy session is taking a turn for the worse from the looks of it.
There's a perfectly good explanation for this. Isn't there, Miss Sykes? Me thinks I created a monster. We blew it! Hey, you lobster boy! Who, me? You think I'm glad Trucy's in trouble? That I think she's getting her just desserts? Well, guess what? You're right! Does this mean you admit to wishing the defendant harm? Well, the bat is out of the bag now. That mistake of mine was a work of art. Thanks to my goof, poor little Trucy had to do all of that hard physical labor. When you say hard physical labor, what are you referring to? Because of Mr. Hat's new position, Trucy had to move both of the huge stage lifts. They must have been so heavy. What a riot! That's strange. Athena, could you please add that last statement to Bonnie's testimony? Alright, I'll update the mood matrix with the new info. Hey, Apollo. Now there's a new inconsistency in the testimony. Yeah, she finally slipped up. So what do I need to do now? Well, from this point onward, you just do what you do best. Find a contradiction in the testimony and present evidence to refute it. Alright. I've got you now, Bonny de Famme. What's the inconsistency? I guess Trucy's the one who killed Mr. Reus. Even she could move the body with that lift. I was on stage at the time with that terrible mistake. You know what? Serves her right. Kiki. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts. She never told anyone she had moved the stage lifts. This. Bonnie messed up Mr. Hat's position for the escape trick, placing him opposite the scripted location on the right side. As a result, Trucy had them quickly move the lifts on their stage. She never told anyone she had moved the stage lifts.
Objection!
That doesn't make sense. What? So you think I'm crazy now? No. That's not the point I was trying to make. But I don't hear you denying it. Mr. Famme, allow me to repeat your statement. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts. That's right. And I still say that's just what she deserved. But how did you know? How did you know Miss Wright moved the stage lifts? Huh? According to her own statement, she didn't tell anyone that she had done so. Well, what? So how could you possibly have known what she had done unless you saw her? You saw Miss Wright moving the lifts in the understage passage, didn't you? Yup, there she is. How did she get down the stage like that, though? You did it, Apollo. Noise levels are at 0%.
But Mr. Justice, wouldn't that mean...
Yes, Your Honor. Miss de Famme herself was under the stage where the victim was killed. And I hardly need to tell the court what that means. You are one artful liar, Miss de Famme, and one spectacular suspect. Why, you shiny red lobster boy? You're saying I killed Mr. Reus? I'm saying that's a possibility. What's more, I say you had a solid motive to frame my client for the murder as well.
Objection.
My apologies for raiding on the defense's merry revelry. But you seem to have forgotten one very important point. He's probably gonna say she was up on the stage the entire time. Oh, really? The TV footage. As you can clearly see, Miss de Famme was on the stage the whole time. The entire audience can bear witness to that fact, including you. Oh yeah. You have just taken a long and senseless journey, only to return to the starting line. The witness could not have been in the understage passage. Which means, the only one left who could have killed the victim is the accused. Guess the party's over. But, Miss de Famme knew something she couldn't have known, unless she was under the stage. How do you explain that, Prosecutor Sad Matty? Quite simple. The accused must have told Miss de Famme about it, but then forgot. No. Remember what I said? Magicians have very good memory? There's no way Trucy would forget something like that. Ha! Open those useless eyes of yours and take a good look at the footage. If Miss de Famme really was in the understage passage, it would mean she was on stage and understage at the same time. You mean she was in two places at once? Does seem to be the only explanation that makes any sense. It may be an explanation, but I'm not so sure about the make sense part. And we'll just have to make it make sense. Your Honor, the witnesses were both on stage and understage at the same time. That is the defense's assertion. How's that possible, though?
I've heard some illogical things come out of you before, but this is absurd.
I'm sure you'll change your tune once you hear my reasoning, Your Honor.
My gut tells me you're bluffing, but I'll bite. Very well, Mr. Justice. How do you explain the witness was in two places at once?
He teleported? No, definitely not. Two Bonnies? The Bonnie on stage was fake. It's definitely not a statue. Like, it's definitely like... She's moving too, well, for hands. She's still moving, yeah. Yeah, this doesn't make sense. It's not a fake. There has to be two. I hope I'm right on this. There were two Bonnies, Your Honor. If that were the case, it would all make sense, wouldn't it?
There were...
two of them. I suspected you had a few screws loose, but now I see some are missing altogether. Is there a toolkit in this courtroom, Your Honor? I suppose two, no, three screws to the head should retighten his putrid brain.
Very well, Bailiff. Could you...
No, wait. Please, listen to my argument.
Very well. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to at least give it a listen.
As was argued earlier, Mr. Fame has shown the footage the whole time. But at the same time, he was also watching Miss Wright in the understage passage. The only possible explanation is that there are two Bonnies.
That almost sounds like it makes sense. What do you think, Prosecutor Sad Maddie?
This humble servant of the Holy Mother is of the opinion that we should lose no time in replacing the defense's many lost screws. But Apollo, it goes against reality itself to say that one person is actually two. We don't have to be bound by reality. After all, we're talking about magic here. So if Bonny de Famme in the footage is the real Bonny, then the Bonny here on the witness stand, the one who must have been understage, this Bonny de Famme is our second Bonny. She is. Say we call the one in front of us Bonny 2. I believe I have just a piece of evidence to prove that Miss Bonny 2 exists.
Oh? Then please submit your evidence, Mr. Justice.
What proves the existence of a second Bonny? Prince of the top panel, unknown. The prince?
Take that!
What's this?
During our investigation, we found a set of unknown prints in the coffin on the stage. These prints were most likely left during the course of the show. But they didn't match the prints of any of the people involved in this case. An unknown third party's fingerprints. So, it looks like he's shocked by this. I was not told of this. Emma must have kept it from him. So the question is, who could these prints possibly belong to? Now she's sweating. He knows. Mr. Fame! Or should I say Bonny 2? These are your fingerprints, aren't they? Enough of this foolishness. One person could not possibly be two. Those fingerprints could have been left, only during the show. But at any time.
Objection!
It's not like you to lose your cool like that, Prosecutor said Maddie. And I'm sure you know that exactly when the fingerprints were made is not the main issue.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Justice?
The issue is, who do these unknown prints belong to? They're certainly not Bonny de Famme's. But what if they belong to the person standing right in front of us?
Oh, you mean Bonny 2 is the second Bonny? Is that what you're implying?
It's preposterous to suggest that those prints belong to the witness. I say they must belong to some other unknown individual. Prosecutor Sag Maddie, can you really look at her and still say that? What are you looking at? Take a picture, it'll last longer. How could all this be? If we check her prints, I'm sure they'll match the unknown set. Well, Bonny, the prints that don't belong to the real you belong to you, don't they, Bonny 2?
Witness, is what the defense has said true?
Fine, I admit it. The fingerprints are mine.
Then does that mean you aren't Bonny de Famme?
What? Ridiculous! Here's the thing is, every single person on this planet has different fingerprints. Even twins, even though twins have very similar DNA and they look the same, they are gonna have different prints.
Are there really two Bonnies?
Nope, there's only one Bonny. That's because I'm Betty. Betty de Famme. What? Ladies and gentlemen of the court, it's time for a wondrous magic show. Gasp and amazing that this lagomorphing illustria illusionist performs her teleportation magic. Watch closely, it's showtime. What the? Yeah, interrupting a court session for this. Two? There are two of them. Yeah, you're literally clapping for a murderer.
What an amazing trick. The witness has suddenly split into two people.
Not a trick. No gimmick to it either. We're simply twins. What? Twins. So that's how the teleportation trick works. Ever since our debut, I've had to hide or pretend I'm Bonnie. All cute and sweet and goody. I can't tell you how stressful it's been. But I don't have to hide anymore. That's right. Our days of sneaking around here are finally over. Your cover is blown. They actually seem pretty happy about it. So which one of you is the nice Bonny de Famme we met in the dressing room? That would be me. And the sharp-tongued Bonnie we saw with the ratings Raja on their stage was... Hey, who are you calling sharp-tongued? It's all starting to make sense now. In addition to prints from the victim and Bonnie, Betty de Famme's fingerprints were found on the top.
So, Mr. Justice, this changes the facts of the case rather dramatically, doesn't it?
It certainly does. During the show, it was Bonnie who was on stage the whole time. So Bonnie couldn't have committed the crime. But Betty, on the other hand, who was understage, did have the opportunity. Yeah, look at him. He's lost... Sad Matty has lost his cool now.
Well, so now we have two suspects.
Wait just a minute, Lobster Boy. I didn't do it. That's right. Betty might have a foul mouth, but she'd never kill anybody. Hey! Who's got a foul mouth here? Oh, well, speak up. Huh?
Hold it!
Please save your sibling squabbling for later. Betty, you must have been in the understage passage during the show. Otherwise, you wouldn't have known about the stage lifts being moved. So what exactly were you doing down there? Fine, I'll testify. Anything to get you off my back.
Prosecutor Sad Matty, Betty de Famme is ready to testify. What do you say?
Betty, you lied to this humble servant of the Holy Mother. Hey, what else could I do? I couldn't blow our cover and ruin our magic act. Hee hee. Besides, am I gonna go to your twilight hell or whatever for being a liar? You will indeed. However, it won't be after your death. Rather, I shall give you a taste of your punishment on this mortal coil in interrogation hell. Now then,
Betty de Famme, please explain to this court what exactly you were doing under the stage.
Oh, this is gonna be good. And also, here's another thing is, this is a massive violation right here, is you will never have two people testifying at the same time. This will never happen in court, ever. At least not in American court. This will never ever happen. You will never have two people testifying at once. So this is, completely impossible. I know in Great Ace Attorney Chronicles they had it happen where two people would testify at the same time, but in real life, it would never happen. Why are two people forbidden from testifying at the same time? Because when two people are testifying at the same time, their testimony could interfere with each other, confusing the jury, confusing basically everybody, and they could be arguing with each other at the same time too. So it's better to have each person testify solely on their own, giving their facts, their version of basically what had happened, instead of having two people testifying at the same time, because their testimony is going to interfere with each other. And their testimony is probably going to conflict with each other. That's probably what's going to happen. What happened on their stage? It's true, I had business in the understage passage because of the upcoming trick. It was the fire trick, right? The one Mr. Reus was supposed to do. That's right, it's a very dangerous trick, so I had to make sure we were prepared for it. It was in the script, and I really wanted to see it, but I couldn't because of the accident. Shut up! You're gonna give it away. Anyway, I was real busy. Yeah, way too busy to have the chance to kill Mr. Reus. Well, that was certainly different. Hehe. That's, for a flawless testimony and alibi. Our magic is real, it's not a trick or a gimmick.
Oh my! She's floating!
Your Honor. Where's the other one? You can see she's, being held up from below. Oh. You were supposed to pretend you didn't see that. It's a little something called etiquette. But I can't help it. Whenever I see a contradiction or inconsistency, I just have to point it out.
Now then, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
What happened understage? It's true, I had business dealings in the understage passage because of the upcoming trick. It was the fire trick, right? The one Mr. Reus was supposed to do. That's right, it's a very dangerous trick, so I had to make sure we were prepared for it. It was in the script, and I really wanted to see it, but I couldn't because of the accident. Make sure the fire bucket is ready. Shut up, you're gonna give it away! Anyway, it's real busy. Yeah, way too busy to have the chance to kill Mr. Reus. Okay, hold on. It's true I had business dealings in the understage passage because of the upcoming trick.
Hold it!
If you were in the understage passage, which need I remind you, was the crime scene, then you most certainly should be counted as a potential suspect. But I don't have any motive to kill Mr. Reus. But you, by your own admission, hate Miss Wright. When she was arrested as a suspect, you said it was what she deserved. So you believe the witness killed a man simply due to her dislike of Trilogy Wright. Well, actually, yeah, that actually is a motive. Yeah, it is actually a motive. If you hate somebody so much, you're gonna, you know, frame them or somebody could frame them or kill them for something. So yeah, it is a motive. As a motive, is that most improbable at best? But what if her hatred caused her to bear a strong sense of malice against my client? Look, Trilogy just made me mad, that's all. I mean, even though she's younger than me, she's got so much skill and popularity. And she's cute besides her. She makes me so mad. I wish she could drop dead. Betty, don't talk like that. Shut your yap! So was it just simple jealousy? Say, Betty, the next trick you were getting ready for? It was the fire trick, right? The one Mr. Reus is supposed to do.
Hold it!
Bonnie, we're trying to get Betty's testimony right now, so... Oh, right. I'm sorry. You can step down if you'd like. I'm worried about Betty, though. You can lose her temper and say awful things sometimes. Hey, what are you, my mother? Don't forget, I'm the older sister. You got that? Yes, I got it. Guess I'd worry about Betty constantly blowing her top if I were Bonnie, too. So, Betty, you were down at her stage getting ready for the fire trick, were you? It's the bucket. That's right. It's a very dangerous trick, so I had to make sure we were prepared for it.
Hold it!
And you were taking every necessary precaution, is that right? Of course, every precaution. After all, it's a very dangerous trick that uses real fire. I mean, we had to be ready in case the curtain caught on fire or something, right? By the time people realized it wasn't part of the act, it might be too late, huh? If by people, you mean Athena Sykes, and yes.
Wow, a fire trick. That sounds really impressive.
Hee, your beard would go up in smoke, old man. I bet people mistake you for cue ball or something without it.
A cue ball.
Betty, don't be rude to the judge. Betty, you know that fire trick. I had to make sure we were prepared for it. The bucket, not only was it empty, but dust lined inside the pail. So no, she wasn't ready for it. I'm pretty sure it's this. Let's see. Fire bucket.
Objection!
Yup, I'm right. I hate to break this to you, Betty, but there's a big flaw in your testimony. As big as the one in that floating trick you did earlier. Oh, harsh words. Well, let me tell you something, forehead boy. No one has ever figured out how we do our teleportation trick. No one except me, you mean. Well, we have even better tricks up our sleeve. Huh, we do. I told you to keep it zipped.
Now then, don't fight, you two. Mr. Justice, what's this about a flaw in the testimony?
The script has this to say about the fire trick. This will be dangerous. Make sure the fire bucket is ready. However, we found the fire bucket lying empty backstage except for a layer of dust. Heck, Ouch. You didn't even attempt to get ready for the next trick, did you, Betty? You got me!
Bonny de Famme, you will explain yourself.
There's nothing to explain. Come on, Betty. We can't hide it any longer. We might as well tell them. Shut up! You can barely take care of yourself. Tell them what? Don't try and tell me what to do. Well, if neither of you will explain, I guess I'll have to. The reason Betty didn't prepare for the fire trick is because... knew the show wouldn't go on. You didn't prepare for the fire trick because you knew, didn't you? You knew that the body would be found and that the show would then be cancelled. Don't be ridiculous, you insignificant speck of a man. I'm gonna yank those lame bangs of yours off. Is that what you want, huh?
Objection!
Whatever, they can grow back. Now stop stalling and just tell us the truth already. I can't reveal my secrets, I'm a magician.
Objection!
You have been chasing the shadow of an illusionary culprit, Defense. And having chanced upon a convenient target, you've let yourself get carried away. Exactly. Where's your proof, huh? And yet, I can see that the witness's taste for false words has also been proven. I advise you to confine your deceitful trickery to your magic act, witness. Your deceitful trickery.
Objection!
As your court-appointed therapist, I'd like to add something here, Betty. You finally let yourself be who you really are. But if you continue to hide behind lies, you'll just be imprisoning your heart all over again. What all these questions mean, you're trying to put me in prison for real. So I'll be behind bars either way.
Does that mean you're admitting your guilt?
Of course not. I can't believe you people. Every one of you thinks I did something I didn't do, you. Lobster Boy, Cue Ball Geezer, Headcase Brat, Cerebrus Monk.
Cue Ball Geezer.
Put her in contempt of court right now, Judge. Do it. Headcase Brat, really. Betty, calm down. Come on now. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Huff, huff. Huff. Look, I'm not the murderer, I tell you. Then how did you know the show would be called off before the fire trick? I told you, we can't reveal our secrets. We're under contract. No. It doesn't matter. You have to tell the court the truth. It doesn't matter if you're under contract. This is relevant to a murder investigation. You have to tell the court the truth. The contract's not flying this. You cannot basically deny telling the court the truth because you're under contract. You can't do that. That's illegal. Contract? What is she talking about? Be it as it may, you're obviously a suspect in this case.
Objection!
I'm beginning to see the karmic threads that make up the intricate tapestry that is this case. Huh? Allow me to summarize your assertions, Defense. First, that the victim was killed in the understage passage. And second, that the witness and the accused are the only two who could have done it. Exactly. What's more, Betty knew that the body would be found, and that the magic show would then be called off. Therefore, it's reasonable to conclude that Betty killed the victim understage. But what if Betty knew that the show would be called off for some other reason? Like what? In the course of my investigation, I found it strange that the dragon set piece fell when it did. That, in conjunction with the body tumbling from the coffin in such a dramatic fashion, all seemed too perfect for mere happenstance. It was as though the entire chain of events had been planned out in advance. Planned out! After deciding to take this case, I scrupulously studied everything I could about the mass media in this country. I read the newspaper, old news reports. I even browsed tabloid magazine.
How very industrious of you, I'm impressed.
During this process, I learned about a strange practice favored by the TV world. A practice called the hidden camera prank. Betty and Bonnie, you knew about this, did you not? About the dead body appearing, the set piece falling, the show being suspended. You two were informed of this plan by Take-Two TV in advance, correct? Is that true? Betty, please. Let's tell them now. I can't hold it in anymore. Dang it, fine. You got us. Everything the prosecutor said is true. The TV station paid us to cooperate with them on this plan. It was all a prank, a big setup planned out in advance. Mr. Reus showing up dead in the coffin. The set piece falling down. It was all completely scripted. What? It was all
a prank?
Is Mr. Reus dead or not?
Bonnie, is this really true?
Wasn't there an autopsy report done, though? There is an autopsy report done, so... Man of mystery. Man of mystery. Yes, Mr. Reus was supposed to pretend to be dead. That's how it was supposed to go. So he was in on it too. That's right, he was supposed to show up dead in the coffin. And then the set piece would fall down. Brucey would be shocked and start to panic. That's how the prank script went. What? What the heck kind of prank is that? But we never thought he'd actually wind up dead. Yeah, that was the only thing that was different from the script. Poor Mr. Reus. I'm so completely lost right now. So was it the ratings, Raja, that did it?
Well, Betty and Bonnie, it certainly sounds like you have some explaining to do.
They definitely do. Alright, alright. I guess desperate times call for desperate measures. Hehe, just this once we'll share how it was done with you. Listen carefully, you never hear this kind of thing anywhere else. He has a bat, okay. After a teleportation trick, I went down under stage. When Mr. Reus's body appeared from the coffin on stage. It was time for Betty to do her job in the understage passage. That's right, I used the remote control for the winch connected to the dragon set piece. And made it fall down. And just before the dragon fell, I called Trucy to the backstage so she wouldn't get hurt. After that, the plan was for Mr. Reus to come back to life in front of a panicked Trucy. He was supposed to laugh and fly up and away. That was how it was scripted anyway. But for some reason, he really did turn up dead, so he kinda just stayed on the ground. What kind of sick joke is that?
It sounds like a terribly mean-spirited prank to me. The poor defendant was trying to do her magic show.
I guess so. I'm sorry, Trucy. Whatever. It was all the ratings Rajah's idea anyway. I knew it! Yeah, it sounds like just the kind of thing a guy like him would come up with. And hang on a second. So this was a scam! This was basically a giant scam! Wait, because he faked the contract. If through the fall of the second party, the show must be cancelled in part or in full, the second party will pay $3 million as compensation to the first party. So literally, so it's a giant scam, but doesn't explain the murder here. This is the prank plan script we got from the Ratings Raja. Prank plan script. Well, looks like Ratings Raja is gonna be the one that's gonna get sued here. Prank plan script. The corpse appearing and the set piece following were staged by Roger Ritins. Dang it, you made us break our contract, now we won't get paid. Well, you're gonna get more than that, you're gonna get thrown in jail for lying. Prank plan script. Mr. Reus's body will appear in the supposedly empty coffin, which would cause a big ruckus. After capturing a bit of Trucy's reaction in film, Mr. Reus will come back to life, laughing and flying up in the air, causing another round of surprise.
But where does this all leave us? Who killed the victim? And when?
Exactly. Yes, exactly. Those are the key questions. If Mr. Reus was only pretending to be dead in the coffin as part of the prank, then when he was understage, there would still be life within him. Wait! Hang on, can I look at the autopsy report? Approximately 10:30. And here's the thing about... What time was the show? Because, what if he was killed afterwards? What if he was killed after the dragon fell? What if he was pretending to be dead? And then when the dragon fell, somebody killed him then. Somebody stabbed him then. What if that happened? That's also a possibility. We have to look at that angle too. And if that is the case, then Betty, who was also understage, may be excluded from our list of suspects. Well, she no, she's not. She's still very much a suspect. Witness, was the victim alive up until he entered the coffin? Oh well, now that we've spilled the beans, we might as well show you this video. Video? Why was this withheld from the court? Greetings, viewers.
It is I, the great Mr. Reus. We are currently in the middle of Trucy's escape trick. Having snuck through the understage passage, undetected, I am now hiding backstage, preparing to play a little prank on Trucy. I'm about to hide in the coffin which Trucy will stab with a rubber sword. And when the coffin opens, ho! I will be in it acting as though I've met my maker. Can you imagine the look on Trucy's face then? Ho! I can hardly wait.
He's about to hide in the coffin. It would seem the threads of karmic destiny have led us to the truth. The victim passed through the understage where Bonny de Famme was, and came into the backstage area. We know this because Mr. Reus appeared to be backstage when he shot the video we saw. It appears that way, yes. And the defense. You proposed the following, did you not? What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put into the coffin? But then, what about this video? This footage was taken just before Mr. Reus entered the coffin.
Oh, so does that mean
he had to have been killed on the stage? Bonny could have killed him. Just because Bonny's acting sweet and innocent doesn't mean that she can't be a killer. After that little situation with Fulbright, I'm never trusting another witness again. Yes, it is horrible, but true. The tragedy did indeed play out right before they're on the stage. Went into the coffin where Mr. Reus was hiding. Trucy Wright thrust her blade. Ah! Hehe. See? Told you so.
So are you saying the incident was a tragic accident that happened during a prank?
It would be an accident if the accused had no knowledge of the prank beforehand. Let us ask the accused herself. Miss Wright, did you have prior knowledge of the prank? What? Tell him, Trucy. You didn't know anything about it, right? Of course I didn't. I didn't know a single thing about it.
Objection.
Still think you can play innocent, do you? In that case, you leave me little choice but to present this piece of evidence. Bonnie, get the video camera after Mr. Reus comes tumbling out. Trucy, right?
It looks like some sort of note.
That's... I found this note in the dressing room after the incident. At the time, I didn't understand what it meant, but it's all clear to me now. Bonnie, get the video camera after Mr. Reus comes tumbling out. What's this? Let's see. It says, get the video camera after Mr. Reus comes tumbling out. It is a note signed by the accused, instructing Bonnie to collect Mr. Reus's video camera from him, it seems. But no, this could have been fake, just like the other signatures. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. I found it in the dressing room before the show. When I saw it, I realized that Trucy knew about the prank. It does bear her signature. I'll give you that much. Note found in the dressing room after the incident that bears Trucy's signature. Trucy note added to the court record.
So the defendant had prior knowledge of the prank?
It would appear so, yes. When she learned about the plan to trick her, she decided to use it to her own advantage. So she thrust the steel sword into the coffin where the victim stood, chuckling to himself. Is that not what happened, Miss Wright? Oh, of course not! And I didn't write or sign that note! Ah, but the handwriting matches yours. All the evidence and testimony points to you being the culprit. No, we have that evidence. But, I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Then explain the existence of this note. You can do that, can you not? I can't explain it. I didn't write it, so I don't understand. I didn't kill Mr. Reus. You have to believe me. The silence is deafening. Continue struggling against the threads of your own karma, if you wish, accused. Even as you are inescapably caught in the web of fate you've spun for yourself. Miss Wright, it is time to resign yourself to your fate. No, I didn't do it. I knew it. That sweet-looking girl, a murderer. She took all of us in with that act of hers. I told you I knew she was a homicidal little witch from the start. But I didn't do it. I really didn't. Why doesn't anybody believe me? Shut up, you killer. We won't fall for that anymore. The jury cannot yell. They cannot say... They can't do that during a trial. They can't. This is bad. Your Honor, I suggest we put an end to this tragedy now. Give your official ruling, and let us offer the victim's soul the last rites it deserves.
Very well. I suppose I have no other choice. This court hereby finds the defendant, Trucy
Objection!
We have that signature, that contract, that proof that it was faked. The defense is an objection. Apollo! You, even now you would. I won't give up, and I refuse to let either of them down. Mr. Wright, who's counting on me, and Trucy, who's put all of her faith in me.
Mr. Justice, the fact that you have raised an objection means you have evidence with which to refute the prosecution's claim, correct?
We do. Yes, of course, Your Honor. Do we really have anything, Apollo? We do. Actually, we do. There's one piece of evidence we can present here.
Very well, Mr. Justice. You may proceed.
As we saw in the show footage, there's no question that the defendant thrust a sword into the coffin. The defense doesn't dispute this point. But let us not forget that this was a magic show, filled with tricks and illusions. We can't take everything we see at face value.
So you're saying some sleight of hand was somehow involved?
Yes, the defense contends that the sword the defendant used was not the cause of death. Now, what was it Trilogy told me she did before she thrust the sword in the coffin?
Very well. Let us see your evidence then, Mr. Justice. Remember, you interrupted my verdict to make this claim. You'll be severely penalized if I find you are bluffing.
That's fine, Your Honor. This shows that it's possible that the sword Miss Wright was used was not the cause of death. The rubber sword. It has to be the rubber sword. I'm convinced it has to be the rubber sword, but I'm just saving here just in case. It's a really big penalty. Mr. Reus' body will appear in the empty coffin, which should cause a big ruckus. After capturing a bit of Trilogy's reaction on film, Mr. Reus will come back to life, laughing and flying up in the air, causing her a round of surprise. The sword stand?
Take that!
What's this? A sword from the show?
That's right, Your Honor. This rubber sword was in the sword stand under stage. During the trick, Miss Wright was supposed to swap the real sword for a rubber sword. And she told us on record that she remembers very clearly that she did.
I see. So the sword the defendant thrust in the coffin was a rubber sword, was it? But then why was the steel sword found lying on the stage?
Somebody must have put the steel sword there by swapping it with the rubber one. Just after the incident occurred, the dragon set piece fell, and the theater was evacuated. The real culprit must have used the resulting chaos to swap the rubber sword for the steel one. You do not know when to give up, Stinkbug. This is not possible. Blood was found in the coffin hole that the sword was thrust into. It must have been left there when the accused withdrew the sword. This is incontrovertible proof that the sword was used. The sword she used was the steel one.
Objection!
But that blood could be the result of someone tampering with the crime scene after the fact. After the set piece fell and the audience was cleared out of the theater, there was plenty of time for somebody to plant that blood there.
Objection!
If the sword the accused used was a rubber bud, then when exactly do you propose the victim was killed? Given that Mr. Reus was alive when he entered the coffin,
Objection!
he was killed on stage. Finding the answer to that question is precisely why we need to continue this trial.
Let me express my opinion. By all accounts, it is certainly reasonable to suspect the defendant based on the evidence. But as to the question of whether the sword the defendant used was rubber or steel, I believe further discussion is warranted. I suggest we hear from the defendant herself on this issue.
Very well, Your Honor. Yes, I saved it. Somehow. Too close for comfort, but still. There are traces of blood in one of the coffin holes. It is possible the blood was placed there after the fact.
Let's adjourn for a brief 15-minute recess. I advise the prosecution and the defense to use this time to prepare.
April 28, District Court. Defendant Lobby, number 3. Ooh, that was hairy. Tell me about it. We barely made it through by the skin of my teeth. I can't say I'm crazy about that prosecutor of Sad Maddie either. You know, with the way he says let it go and move on as if it's nothing. Let it go and move on, huh? Oh boy, am I interrupting a secret enclave of villains or something? Oh no. Get your next evil scheme in the works already? What do you want? Heh. Keep making that face, champ, and everybody's gonna change the channel. Look this way, Trucy. Now smile for the camera. Let's see those pearly whites. Isn't that what the Grammary's creed tells you to do? How does it feel, Trucy? Everybody online can't stop talking about you. They're calling you a real witch out there. Could this be the end of the troop Grammary? Go away, you creep! Oh, what's this? Someone just charged into frame. He looks like a yellow gorilla or something. Could it be Trucy's pet? Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Do you want me to get the bailiff? Huh? Filming? What are you talking about? I don't even have a camera on me. Huh? What happened to that camera? It's disappeared right before our very eyes. Hehe. I'll be enjoying the rest of the Trucy show from the gallery. I put out a call to Trucy's fans to come and support her earlier, by the way. Bet I'll get some great footage out of them. This is gonna be good. Hang loose, baby. He called in some of Trucy's fans. For what purpose? Apollo. That thing Mr. Reus just did. That was some high-level sleight of hand. Huh? Why would he know how to do something like that? I don't know, but he definitely has some serious magic skills. No way. But I thought he said magicians were all a bunch of good-for-nothings. Mr. Lawyer! Oh, hello, Bonnie. Can I help you with something? Hold on a second. I'm really curious. Look at this. Is Roger Reus Mr. Reus? He looks a bit like him, but he has a beard here. Like, they do look a little similar. They do look a little similar, because Trucy said that he has magic tricks, too. Yeah, they look similar. I'm curious whether they're a similar age, too. They're only 5 years apart. Where is the body? Where is the body of Mr. Reus? That's what I'm curious about. Can I help you with something? Oh, well, there's something that's been bothering me. Really? What is it? Well, you see... Hey, dummy! What are you whispering to Lobster Boy about? But Betty... Who the heck do you think you are? Are you crazy? You want a piece of this? You know you have to talk to me first before you do or say anything, you harebrained. But I... Shut your mouth, you dumb bunny. Come with me now. Is this Mr. Reus' like revenge on the Grammaries for kicking him out 13 years ago? I wonder what was bothering her. There's no way we're finding that out with Betty constantly hovering over her like that. Court is about to reconvene. Will you be alright testifying? Yes. Just... I wonder what Mr. Reus has up his sleeve. I doubt he's bringing in actual fans. Yeah, probably not. I wonder what he has up his sleeve, too. He better not be trying to get under Trucy's skin right now of all times. You're right, Trucy. You're Trucy right and you'll be fine. Oh! There goes Apollo with his best trick. That's right. Whenever I'm feeling down, I always tell myself I'm fine. Alright, I'll give it a try. I'm Trucy right and I'm fine. Thanks, Polly. I think I can do this now. Atta girl. Good luck up there on the stand. You'll do great. Thanks, I'll be fine. I can do this. Alright, Justice. You can do this too. Time to focus on the rest of the trial. April 28, District Court. Courtroom number 6.
Court is now back in session. Defendant, please step up to the witness stand.
Trucy Wright, magician. Here comes the liar, the deceitful witch. Throw the murderer in jail. The last member of that criminal troupe. Boo! We don't want to see you on the stage.
Order! The gallery will be quiet or I will have you all thrown out on the spot.
Ooh, what's with all the hecklers? I bet they're the fans Mr. Rattin's invited. Yeah, so typically people that are in the gallery are family and people that are close to the trial, but it's not going to be random people that some director can bring in. And especially not to disrupt the trial. What a grade A jerk. Well, he's not going to psych us out.
Now then, Mr. Wright. This court would like to know if you switched from the steel sword to a rubber one on stage. So please testify about this issue.
Well, Miss Wright, she's just gonna try and use... Hurry up and convict her already. Give her the death penalty. Nahaha!
Silence, all of you! I won't tell you again. Miss Wright, do you feel, able to testify?
Yes, I'm fine, Your Honor. Trucy, I knew I shouldn't have let her go through with this. You know, I'm wondering if there is a body found. What if Mr. Reus, because it's Mr. Reus, that's his name. What if he killed Roger Rattin's and put his body there, pretending to be him, but then impersonated Roger Rattin's? Is that a possibility? I'd like to make a small request. How about, instead of testifying with words, I show you exactly what happened? Would that be alright, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous sword switching magic and judge for yourselves. In spite of everything, he's still smiling. Our Trucy is amazing, isn't she? She sure is. She's doing just fine up there. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. He's faithfully following the true Gramarye's creed even now. He really is something else. It's showtime for magical girl Trucy Wright. Watch carefully now, everybody. He's showing us this is weird, the stupendous sword switch. Ladies and gentlemen, please focus your attention on this sword. And this is the Gramarye theme that's playing. Allow me to demonstrate just how sharp this blade truly is. See that? No tricks or gimmicks. A very sharp sword indeed. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, watch as I take this sword and... Presto Sordo! There, I've switched it. And now... Up. As you can see, the blade is not steel, but rubber.
Bravo, Miss Wright!
Wow, she switched them in a flash. I couldn't see her do it at all. She's completely turned the room around. The hecklers are being drowned out by all the cheering.
Where did the steel sword vanish off to, Miss Wright? In order to deepen our understanding of this case, please tell us if you would. I'm not asking out of mere curiosity, just so you know.
I usually hide the steel sword backstage when I switch them during the show.
So when you thrust the rubber sword into the coffin, the steel sword wasn't even on stage, but behind the curtain.
Exactly. So you see, there is a trick and a gimmick to it after all. And as for where the steel sword went, where I performed the trick just now, it's a secret. Wouldn't want to spoil the magic for you now, would I?
Oh!
That's our Trucy. Yeah, still. Miss Wright, that part where you spun around, that's an actual part of the sword switching trick you do for the show, right? Right, the other parts, like the apple, were just to help with my explanation here in court. That's funny. I think I found an inconsistency in her testimony. And it looks like I'm not the only one. I don't know what it's doing there. But now that I found it, I have to get to the bottom of it.
Now then, Mr. Justice, you may go ahead and question the witness. But try not to ask dumb questions and spoil this wondrous magic.
I thought this was supposed to be my cross-examination. This is a weird cross-examination to do right now. The stupendous sword switch. Ladies and gentlemen, please focus your attention on the sword. There was an inconsistency. Let me demonstrate just how sharp this blade truly is. See that? No tricks or gimmicks. A very sharp sword indeed. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, watch as I take this sword and... Presto, Sordo. But where did the sword go? You say you hide it backstage, but... And now, hop! As you can see, the blade is not steel, but rubber. I'm gonna have to press each one.
Hold it!
Please be careful, Miss Wright. Don't worry. I've practiced this trick 1,000 times. That's right, Apollo. You have to give Trucy some credit. She knows what she's doing. I know. But it still makes me nervous every time. But that's what magic is all about. A truly great magician. Can make your audience experience all kinds of thrills and chills. I guess you're right. I better try not to interrupt her too much while she's doing that trick. Don't want to distract her or break her concentration. Now, ladies and gentlemen, back to the exciting world of magic. Allow me to demonstrate just how sharp this blade truly is. Miss Wright, please don't swing that big dangerous thing around. Somebody could get hurt. Apollo, please don't shout when I'm swinging said blade around. Somebody could get hurt. Oh, haha. Yeah, sorry about that. I couldn't help myself. You should know better than to talk to me when I'm on stage.
Mr. Justice, I'll see you in my chambers after court is adjourned.
Uh-oh. I don't suppose somebody could, make me disappear before that happens. Let's just watch quietly, shall we, Apollo? And now, back to the show. I think this is the most important one.
Hold it!
So you switched swords when you spun around just now. That's right. It's the same way I do the trick in the actual magic show, too. But I'm also doing a lot of extra things that I don't do during the show right now, though. The key point is the sword switching. If only we could prove she did it during the actual show, too. Right. Prove that she switched them during the show. What's the matter, Apollo? You look troubled. Oh, it's nothing. Uh-oh. This is quite the pickle. How should I go about handling this?
Miss Wright, please continue with your trick.
They've just all witnessed me switching the swords. I think I know what the inconsistency is here. Let's watch if she did that trick specifically. Is this it?
Objection!
Yep, I was right. Miss Wright, there's something I'd like to confirm with you. What is it, Apollo? There seems to be discrepancy between the way you performed the trick for us just now. She didn't come fully spin around, and the way it appears in the show footage. What? But that can't be. I performed it exactly the same way both times. Then what's going on here? Miss Wright, I have the show footage right here. And the part where you twirl your cape around is missing from it. What? But I did it. Was the footage manipulated? So it really is the exact moment you switch the swords. Yes, that's right. I knew it. Is the footage manipulated? Well, I certainly never expected the defense to expose the accused's lie for me.
Mr. Justice, does this mean that you are arguing that the defendant did not swap the swords during the actual magic show?
No, Your Honor. That wasn't my intention. I mean, I did swap them. I know I did. I'm absolutely sure of it.
Objection.
Human memory is unreliable at best, but in this case, I am afraid that it is the witness herself who cannot be trusted. We can see the footage for ourselves. The claims of the witness are false. But... Now that it has been proven the accused did not swap swords, it means the use of the steel sword to pierce the coffin was wholly intentional. And by the way, was it not you, Mr. Justice, who argued that Mr. Reus' death was not an accident but murder? I assume you have no objection to that still. It was, after all, your own assertion. The defense,
Objection!
The defense is an objection. To you, Mr. Apollo, Justice. I demand you withdraw the discrepancy you pointed out just now. But there is a discrepancy, and it must mean something. I'm sure of it.
Would the defense team kindly save their spat until after court is adjourned? Now, after all this debate, it seems we've come back around to the original argument. The defendant knew about the prank plan that would place the victim inside the coffin. What's more, the defendant did not perform the sword-switching trick on stage.
Through her actions, I'm afraid I have come to see the true intentions of the accused. Her murderous intentions.
It's such a shame.
But I did switch the swords, I swear. You're knee-deep in it now, Justice. How did... There's something wrong. Something's off here. I believe Trucy. I don't think Trucy is lying. What? Excuse me.
Let's see. You are... Which one again? Benny? No, that's not right.
Bonnie. It's Bonnie. You were mixing the two names together, Your Honor.
Oh, pardon me. And you have something you wish to say, Bonnie?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to testify. About what? The more I think about it, the less possible it seems. I don't believe Trucy killed Mr. Reus. Bonnie? Hey, what's the big idea? Such an incredible, gifted, and talented magician would never commit murder. I refuse to believe it. What are you talking about, you harebrained hare? You keep your trap shut. I got a bag of baby carrots for you, so chew on those and pipe down. No, I won't be quiet. What's the matter with you? Didn't you hear me? Trucy said something to me once. Huh? He said, no matter how scared you get, no matter how mean people are to you, you can't give in or give up. That's what being a professional magician is all about. Isn't that right, Trucy? That's right, Bonnie. I've always been afraid to stand up to Betty, afraid to defy her, so I did what she said. But when I saw Trucy today, she gave me strength. She's just gonna try and trick us again with her magic. Hurry up and convict her already. Give her the death penalty. I'd like to make a small request. How about instead of testifying with words, I show you exactly what happened? Would that be alright, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous, sword-switching magic and judge for yourselves. Seeing her courage, the way she kept smiling despite everything, she's just incredible. So I'm not going to run away. I'm scared, but for once, I'm going to be brave. Grr. What have you done to my sister, Trucy Wright? You've practically brainwashed her. It's the power of Trucy's conviction. That's what it is. It touched Bonnie's heart. Yeah, Trucy really is one magical girl. Bonnie, is the topic of your testimony related to that thing that was bothering you? The thing you tried to tell us about in the lobby during the recess. Yes, ever since I saw the show footage, something's been nagging at me. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but something is off. I feel like something about it is different from what I saw on the stage.
What do you mean by that, Bonnie?
I wonder if what was shown on TV is really the same as what happened on stage.
Objection.
Of course it is. The show has only been performed once after all. It can't show anything other than what happened on the stage yesterday.
Objection.
But Bonnie's testimony deserves our attention. We have to examine the show's footage.
But what can we check it against? You have some other footage of the show?
Well, I have some show footage.
You do?
One of the TV station's cameras said he was a fan of mine. He kept his camera on me throughout the entire show, so the footage has been manipulated. Ratings Raja probably did it. And then afterwards, he gave me the footage he shot as a present. He did. To tell you the truth, I thought it was kind of creepy, so I was going to get rid of it.
Hold it.
Please submit the footage to court.
Now then, let's take a look at this new footage.
This is the different second camera. The fan that was recording. Okay, that's creepy. He was recording her legs. Can't see Trucy. Whoa, that didn't happen, if I remember correctly. The cards. Wow, okay then. Wait a second. I got it. The footage is fake. The first footage. How did we get the first footage? We got it from Take-Two TV. And remember that cameraman, he was so glad to help, and Apollo was surprised that he was there to help. Was there... those cards flying? I don't think that happened. I don't remember that. Cards flying. And then she turns. Did you see that shadow that just went up? I just noticed that. I was paying attention to that. The shadow went up. And I'm looking at it carefully. There was no cards that blew in her direction. But how was this footage faked? Was this recorded a different day? That shadow, I wonder what that shadow was. It was Mr. Hat, right? But it was probably Mr. Hat getting pulled on stage. It's probably what that shadow was. Watch that shadow, you'll see it. I didn't pay attention to it that much earlier, but yup, it was Mr. Hat being pulled up. That was the shadow right there.
He really did keep his camera on Bonnie the whole time, didn't he?
I think this cameraman needs to keep his personal feelings out of his work. Well, Defense, do you still believe this new show footage is worth inspecting? Of course I do! Okay, so how are we going to go about this? Let's try comparing the two. We just might find an inconsistency between the cards. I already saw it. An inconsistency, huh? Yes. Two pieces of footage are of the same scene, so they should match up. But Bonnie felt there was something off about the original footage. So if we can pick out what's different between the two, we'll know what Bonnie found strange. Exactly. Plus, we may figure out why the original doesn't show the sword switching trick. Your Honor, the defense would like to compare these two pieces of show footage. Wait a second. Wait. I think I know how he did it. I think I know how he faked the footage. Let me explain. I think I know how this footage was faked. I think I know how they did it. Let me wait for the moment. And there was another shadow that went up, too. The reason... do you notice that footage does not show the body at all? That might have been recorded during a practice session. That's what it might have been.
Very well, I will allow it.
What a waste of time. Apollo, do you know how to compare the two pieces of footage? No, I've never done it before. I'll give you a little lesson, then. Use the video player's buttons to go through the footage. When you want to speed through, use the fast forward button circle. And if you want to go back, use the rewind button. If you want to halt the playback, just use the pause button. Oh, and by the way, if you fast forward or rewind when the playback is paused, you can do a slow frame-by-frame playback. Okay. And so how do I switch between the two videos? Just use the switch camera button, L1. Now, if you find a difference between the two pieces of footage, put the cursor over what's different, and present triangle to the court. Thanks, Athena. You really know your stuff. Not really. I just gave it some gusto, and then went with my, gut on most of it. What? I sure hope she guessed right. Anyway, let's give it a try. What's different between the two videos? What was that? See this? What is this? What was that? I don't know how I'm supposed to choose this, that's the thing. I can't even save here. It's cards.
Take that!
This is it right here. Take a good look at this scene and compare it to the video shot from the front.
Oh, the playing cards don't appear in the video shot from the front.
I got it right, yes. Hey, you're right. What's going on here? So I noticed it the first time. It was the playing cards. Miss Wright, what can you tell us about these playing cards? Oh, those. They're the cards I throw when I do the sword switching trick. What?
Mr. Justice, does this mean...
Yes, it means that the sword switching trick was cut from the TV show footage. So the footage was edited. Yes, with malicious intent. That is absurd.
Well, we must get to the bottom of this right away. Bailiff, the TV station might still have the unedited footage. Go see what you can find out.
Yes, Your Honor. Hold it, who? Oh, of course, him. It's you. Now, hold up, Your Honor. This is just a big misunderstanding, believe you and me. Give a guy a chance to defend himself before you start pointing fingers.
And who might you be?
Right, sorry about that. Got ahead of myself there. Here's my business card. Charmed to make your acquaintance, Your Honor.
Oh, well, how very polite of you.
It's lovely to meet you too, Prosecutor Sadbatty. Please take my card. A business card. Ah, yes. I read about this, custom among businessmen in this country. I've even familiarized myself with the various replies. How do you do, good sir? Or, what's crackin' a lackin', homie, for example. Oh my god, I can't imagine him saying that.
Oh ho! You're from Take-Two TV, are you, witness? Come to think of it, I believe I've seen you on television before.
Yes, Roger Ratins, otherwise known as the Ratings Raja. He's a TV producer and appears on many of his own shows as of late. He is best known for his catchphrase, "Hang loose, baby."
Oh my! So you're the Ratings Raja!
Hang loose, judgy baby. Nice courtroom you got here.
I never thought I'd get to meet you in person. Prosecutor Sadmatty, how do you know so much about him?
In preparation for the case, I watched all of his shows. I found the Ratings Raja goes to Burger Barn of particular interest. It inspired me to visit the restaurants straight away to learn more about the local cuisine.
What? You went to Burger Barn?
Who would have thought? You must have really wanted to try it, huh, Bunny? Because that line, woo! Compared to my aesthetic training, an hour's wait is nothing. I recommend the Southwestern Burger with jalapeno jack cheese, by the way. I'm having a really hard time picturing him in a line for burgers. Yeah, me too.
Prosecutor Sadmatty, unexpected enthusiasm for food aside. Mr. Ratins, what is this misunderstanding you mentioned?
Well, for starters, it's true the footage was edited. What? You get your hands on this anyway, so I might as well show you the unedited footage. Well, why did you give us the edited footage? It's a pretty long video, so I'll just show you the part with the playing cards. You can see the cards when Trucy spins around, so keep your eyes peeled. Yeah, exactly. This was... Why did you edit that out? Did you see the part that was cut where Trucy switched the swords? He spins around and the playing cards go flying. Everything's like it's supposed to be.
Then it seems the defendant really did swap swords during the trick.
Which means the swords Mr. Wright thrust into the coffin, Miss Wright thrust into the coffin was the rubber one. In other words, Miss Wright couldn't have killed Mr. Reus. Yeah, see? That's the first misunderstanding right there. What do you mean? Well, Trilogy definitely did swap swords as you saw. So yeah, maybe she didn't kill Mr. Reus when she stabbed the coffin. But that just means he was killed after he showed up, pretending to be a corpse. So you're saying that up until that point, everything was going according to script. If that's true, then when and how exactly do you think he was killed? It was after the dragon set piece came crashing down. I say Trilogy murdered Mr. Reus when she was hidden away from view behind the set piece. You could have easily done it behind that huge dragon, and nobody would have been the wiser. I see. Indeed, there is a ring of truth to your assertion. You bet! Plus, there's a suspicious-looking shadow in the footage, too. It's towards the end of the footage, just before the dragon hits the stage. Is that what I was talking about? It might be easier to just see it for yourselves. Is it the shadow I pointed out? Yeah, that's what I was pointing out. It's only for a split second, so it's hard to catch, but look here. This suspicious shadow must be Trilogy. She's using the steel sword she hid behind the curtain during the trick to kill the victim. No.
Now that you mention it, I suppose it does look that way.
Objection!
This witness is just trying to ram his theory down our throats, Your Honor. And that's not all. Aren't we forgetting that the witness willfully edited the sword switch out of the footage? You see? There's your second misunderstanding right there. Your Honor, would you mind if I testified about it? I've seen people testify on TV, and I've always wanted to give it a shot.
That will be fine with me, Prosecutor Sadmati.
This is quite unexpected. He threatens to disrupt the karmic course of this case. Hey, lighten up, pretty boy. Also, he has a conflict of interest testifying, this guy here, because remember that he gets $3 million if the show gets cancelled. And so he already admitted to editing the footage. You're gonna like what I got to say, promise. Very well. However, if you do anything to impede the last rites for the victim, I will have you removed.
Alright, with Prosecutor Sadmati's permission, please give us your testimony, Mr. Rettins.
Roger Rettins, the rating Raja. Now Kaiser out of the courtroom. Heh, I'm taking over the floor, so listen up, loyal viewers. It wasn't deliberate, I tell you. Footage is meant to be edited, I tell you. Scenes are spliced together, and longer, boring scenes are cut out. All the stations edit footage this way. It wasn't like it was done maliciously or something. It was just a coincidence that a particular scene was cut. It wasn't intentional. Or what? You got some proof that I had an ulterior motive for editing that footage? Yes, we do.
I see. So you're saying it was a coincidence that the sword, swapping scene was cut?
That's right. Glad you got the picture.
Objection!
Coincidence is just a little too convenient if you ask me. Oh, an objection. How cool. It sure packs a lot more punch when you hear it live. Do that again. I want to get another shot from a different angle. My objection is not for your entertainment. And cut. There, I got some good stuff right there.
Mr. Rettins, filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Whoops.
My bad, Judge.
And if the defense is an issue, it can point it out during its cross-examination.
I already see what the problem is. I already know what the problem is. I already know what it is. I already see the contradiction. Okay, it's gonna be the last one. I'm gonna first press him, see if I get anything from this. What other schemes did you cut from the footage? Huh? Oh, no others, I guess. You mean you only edited out the sword-switching trick scene and nothing else? Don't you think it's too much of a stretch to claim that as mere coincidence?
Objection!
No matter how artificial you find the affair, stranger things have happened on their own. That is, unless you have something with which to prove otherwise, defense. Well, if If you have a valid criticism of Mr. Rattan's testimony, feel free to counter with evidence. Well, Apollo. It would sure make things easier if we had some. I think the defense team needs to be edited out of this trial. That's what they need. I'll have to clean up this footage later. He isn't really gonna put this on TV, is he? Trying to prove malicious intent is tough. All he has to do is say it was all a coincidence. We'll need to find some kind of foothold if we want to make any progress. True, but this guy doesn't seem like the type to slip up. So we'll just have to get the information out of him bit by bit. Where's that contract?
Objection!
The contract. The contract is proof of his malicious intent right there. I can't believe I got that wrong. The contract should be proof that it's I wonder, could it be this? The clipboard?
Objection!
No, it's not even the clipboard. Damn, okay. Because the contract, he's gonna get a ton of money. I can't believe I made 2 mistakes on that already. Okay. I thought I had him there. Okay. Nothing's really jumping out at me. And what do we do in a situation like this? We press. We press the heck out of the witness. With a squeeze on to see if we can draw a testimony. Okay. Okay.
Hold it!
Really? I've never heard anybody say that. It's common knowledge in the TV world. You got any idea what snooze cruise it'd be to watch a magic show without editing? A magic show like that won anyway. That was ice cold. Anyway, editing is what makes TV worth watching. Scenes are sliced together, and longer boring scenes are cut out.
Hold it!
Are you saying you thought there were boring scenes in Mr. Wright's magic show? You gotta ask, that script and presentation deserves a place on the cutting room floor. Broadcasting that mess, as it would have been a complete disaster. That's why I had to edit the footage. It's just what a TV man does. What didn't you like about the show exactly? The whole thing. It was a major snooze fest. Maybe common folk like you don't get it. But a show's only good as how loud, flashy, and thrashy it is. Plenty loud and flashy on its own. All you did was add the trash. I suppose each industry has its own way of doing things. Just as we in the legal profession focus exclusively on the evidence and testimony. Exactly. Whether it's showbiz or the legal biz, we do what we got to get the job done. Anyway, editing footage is just a matter of course in the TV industry. All the stations edit footage this way. It wasn't like it was done maliciously or something.
Hold it!
It wasn't done maliciously, huh? But I get the distinct impression that you bear feelings of ill will towards Troop Gramarye. Huh? What makes you think that? The things that you yourself have said. You'll see. I'll dig up the dirt and expose the dark heart behind that sweet smile. I'll prove those Gramarye magicians are all a bunch of lowlifes. I also get the impression that you felt this way for a long time. Words such as those can be interpreted in many different ways. For example, though I bear the defense no ill will, I would not hesitate to say that he is a good-for-nothing lout of a lawyer. You bear me no ill will. Could have fooled me. And yet, it is the truth. I'm only strict on you, as it seems you have strayed from the path.
If you have any objections, Mr. Justice, please make your case evidence in the future. Mr. Rettens, please continue your testimony.
It was just a coincidence that the particular scene was cut. It wasn't intentional.
Hold it!
This is probably it.
Of all the scenes you could have cut, why the sword switching trick?
That seems like too much of a coincidence to me. Oh, so now you're gonna tell me how I'm supposed to edit my programs, big shot. Hard being the boss, kid. You gotta make the tough choices, like which content gets cut. But let me ask you this. Why did you make such a tough choice in this case? You wouldn't understand, champ. It's all about artistic vision. I tell ya, people tell you how to do your job when they don't tell you the first thing about it. May not know TV, but I know evidence law, and boy do I have some for you, champ. I might not be able to show that your selective editing was intentional. However, I know you bear the defendant ill will, and this is the evidence that proves it. The clipboard, I would say. It's got the clipboard of the contract.
Take that!
Huh? What's that you got there? This is the contract you had Miss Wright sign just before the magic show. This contract between the first party, Take-Two TV, and the second party, Miss Wright reads: if through the fault of the second party, the show must be cancelled in part or in full, the second party will pay $3 million as compensation to the first party.
The $3 million! That's a completely unreasonable sum.
I couldn't agree more. And of course, Miss Wright doesn't have that kind of money. Nevertheless, Roger Rettens had her sign this unreasonable contract anyways. Or more accurately, he conned her into signing it.
Conned her? How did he do that?
There's a trick to the clipboard that was used by Miss Wright to sign her contract. It houses carbon paper that can secretly copy her signature onto other documents. Oh, come on now. That's quite a nasty accusation you're slinging my way. For starters, you don't have any proof I had anything to do with that carbon paper stuff. Just because Trucy and her agency can't pay up, doesn't mean I conned her.
But $3 million? That's totally out of reach for the average person. In any case, this is important new information. Please add it to your testimony, Mr. Rettens.
Where's your proof linking me to that tricked out clipboard? You don't have any, do you? Let me see here. I must be really out of it today. Hollow, there was one statement that I thought was a little strange. Oh, am I witnessing the power of analytical psychology at work? Nope. Feminine intuition. Let me show you which statement I'm talking about. Okay, now to try comparing the evidence with the statement that caught her eye. Where's your proof linking me to that tricked out clipboard?
Hold it!
This clipboard is yours though, isn't it, Mr. Rettens? Well, it belongs to the TV station anyway, that much I know. Maybe it was an old prop from one of our TV shows that got used by mistake. Or maybe you used it on purpose. To con Miss Wright.
Objection!
Mr. Rettens has already stated that he did not. Mr. Justice, please do not use this trial to try to get out of, paying your agency's debt. That's not what I'm doing! Proof Mr. Rettens is connected to the carbon paper, huh? Trucy's signature was copied on the fake contract. And there must be an original contract that Trucy originally did sign.
True, but I bet Retin's is too savvy to leave something like that behind as evidence. What if her signature was copied onto more than just a fake contract? Like a third document with Trucy's signature on it. Have we seen anything like that, though? Hey, what are you guys whispering about? Let me continue my testimony. Let's look at this signature. Trucy right here. Trucy right. Yeah, okay. This is gonna be it.
Objection!
You must be quite the con man if you can fool a magician with a simple trick. But if you think you can con a lawyer, you're very much mistaken. Yeah, because lawyers are the ones who are gonna con you. Hey kid, would it kill you to enunciate in front of the camera? Think of the viewers. You know, like a newscaster. I'd like you to take a look at Miss Wright's signature here on this note. Now let's compare that signature to the one here on this contract. Whoa, would you look at that? They're exactly the same. That's right, Your Honor. Not just similar, but exactly the same. Nobody can sign their name in exactly the same way twice, unless it's a copy. These signatures are proof positive that you conned Miss Wright. And they definitely prove your malicious intent. Say, not bad, lawyer guy. I didn't know you had it in ya. This is really getting interesting now. I'll get great ratings for sure. Don't try to dodge the issue, Mr. Rettins. The fact is that you bear ill will against my client. The show footage was definitely edited with malicious intentions. Isn't that right? What a forced argument, defense. All you have really proven is not his ill will towards Miss Wright, but his pecuniary greed. That's still ill will. That's right, I just wanted money, baby. Fat stacks of cheddar, that's all. After all, I've never even crossed paths with Trucy before this magic show. So I have absolutely no reason to bear her any ill will, right? He didn't bear her any ill will, huh? Fat chance. That guy definitely has some major hate for Trucy. You'll see. I'll dig up the dirt and expose the dark hearts behind that sweet smile. I'll prove those grammar magicians are all a bunch of lowlifes. I can't prove of anything, but the things he said all point to the fact. Hang on a second. He has that scar on his left, arm. You see that right there? I wonder if we check the body, if we'd see the same scar. I think that this is Mr. Reus. I think that Ratings Raja is Mr. Reus. That's what I think. There must be something between the two of them that gave birth to this grudge. Some sort of connection that not even Trucy is aware of. Your Honor, I'd like to argue that Roger Rettins and Trucy Wright may have crossed paths before. There must be some hidden connection between them. Hidden? Connection? What is it now? Just what are you getting at, Mr. Justice? It is futile to even ask, Your Honor. Surely it is just another one of our defense's feckless claims. Hang on. If it's like right here, this is where his scar is. It'd be like right here, right? So this is where his scar would be. It'd be right here on this arm.
He's laying down like this. It'll probably be on the ground.
Objection!
You don't seem to have a very high opinion of me, but once you hear my argument, you'll wish you'd taken me a whole lot more seriously. Will I really? Very well then. You proceed. Did you figure something out, Apollo? Nope, not a thing. What? That was just some good old-fashioned bluffing, courtesy Mr. Wright's fine training. I hope you know what you're doing.
If you're going to make such a bold claim, Mr. Justice, I hope you're ready to elaborate. What is this hidden connection between the defendant and Roger Ratins?
Ratins is a magician too. They're dating, what the hell? Ratins is a magician too. That sleight of hand trick Mr. Ratins did during the recess earlier. Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Do you want me to get the bailiff? He's covering his sleeve too. See that?
Huh? Filming?
What are you talking about? I didn't even have a camera on me. What if Mr. Ratins is a magician too?
What if? I believe it's up to the defense to fill in the blanks, not me.
Well, if he is, he may have had some contact with Miss Wright somewhere along the way. Your argument is hardly worth responding to. But by all means, please do continue. As a passage in the sacred scriptures of Koreanism states, he who gives a ceremony to a monkey is he himself a monkey. Yeah, it doesn't matter what you say to a dimwit. He isn't gonna get it anyway. But we saw Mr. Returns perform a magic trick. He made his video camera disappear in the blink of an eye. While I think it would be pretty funny if I were a magician, you must have been seeing things. Want me to introduce you to a good eye doctor? If a connection as tenuous as that is all it takes, then every magician in the country could potentially bear ill will towards the accused. I guess you're right. You're not the sharpest knife in the drawer, are you, short stuff? You would do well to cleanse that putrid mind of yours in the holy waters of Mount Pony. 3 days under a frigid waterfall, and even you should rise to the level of a monkey. Haha, a numbskull for a numbskull. Well, this numbskull's a thick skin, so there. I think I get what you're driving at. Even if he is a magician, it's not exactly a reason to bear a grudge against Trilogy, is it? Hold on, I can think of one person. One magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against Trilogy. Or rather, one magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against Troop Gramarye. Oh? No.
No way! Is something wrong, Mr. Justice?
Your Honor, the defense wishes to submit evidence at this time.
I see, and what sort of evidence do you have for us?
Evidence that points to the real killer. The one who had a motive to commit this crime.
What?
And what have you come up with this time, defense? Trilogy Wright is the sole heir to the Troop Gramarye in its name. This puts her square in the crosshairs of one particular magician. And this piece of evidence points to that, one person with a grudge against Troop Gramarye. Mr. Reus apparently ousted from Troop Gramarye 13 years ago due to an injury he sustained. 13-year-old poster this.
Take that!
And who exactly are you naming, Mr. Justice?
13 years ago, the great Mr. Reus belonged to the Troop Gramarye. Then the troop ousted him, and Mr. Reus vowed to get revenge on them someday. And what better way to accomplish that than through the ruination of their sole heir?
Mr. Reus is the victim, Mr. Justice. You've named a dead man as your suspect.
But is he really dead?
What do you mean, is he really dead?
If the fact that Mr. Reus is the victim is what's throwing you off, then how about we consider this possibility? What if the man who died on the stage yesterday wasn't Mr. Reus? Am I right?
What, is it the real ratings, Raja? Am I right on this? I wonder if I figured it out early. What? You mean the victim was an imposter? Not Mr. Reus. Then what about the real Mr. Reus? It would mean the real Mr. Reus is still alive.
That's absurd.
Check his arm. If he has the scar, it's him. Mr. Justice, who is the real Mr. Reus and not the victim in this case?
It's all coming together now. I finally see the gimmick. The trick to this entire case.
This should explain everything, Your Honor. The real killer, the one who hated Troop Gramarye and wanted to sully its name. The magician lurking in the shadows who set up a fake Mr. Reus in his stead. The real Mr. Reus is Roger Ratins.
Take that!
What that's...
Yes. Yes, it is.
Roger Ratins is the real Mr. Reus. What? Him? I knew it.
Objection!
The second...
Oh, hallow red pepper. Your impotent seed sprout not, but meaningless empty words.
The second that Trucy said he pulled a magic trick, I knew it was him. Like, I knew it. The name, Mr. Reus. That's the name. He's a fake. That's basically what it is. You can't possibly have proof to support such an outlandish theory. Check his arm. His arm is all the proof. If he has that scar, it's him.
Not a bad idea for a soap opera.
But not even diehard fans of the genre would stick around past the pilot. You want proof? Well, I've got proof. I can prove it by proving that Mr. Reus in yesterday's magic show was a fake. And to do that, I just need you to look at this spot on this poster. The scar.
Take that!
This is the injury Mr. Reus sustained while practicing a magic trick 13 years ago. However... Yup, there it is. It's not there. The video of the victim's shot of himself shows no trace of that injury. Oh my! You're absolutely right! Now, Mr. Attins, what do you suppose we'd find if we take a look at your right forearm? Is there by any chance a nasty 13-year-old scar under the sleeve of yours? Well, Mr. Attins, why don't you roll up your sleeve and let the court have a look? Or are you hiding something else up there?
Come on now. I have nothing up my sleeve. I don't need to hide anything up there, because I require no tricks or gimmicks. For you to see, my magic is the real deal.
Look.
Is this what you were hoping to see?
The scar, he has it. Oh, there it is, the scar. Just as I thought.
That's right. I am the forgotten magician, abandoned at the dark understage of history. The great Mr. Reus. He admitted to it.
This is totally
absurd.
Oh,
How ironic, wouldn't you say, that this odious mark carved into me by Troop Gramarye would bring me back into the limelight once more.
strange are the karmic threads before me. If the witness is the real Mr. Reus, then who is the victim who perished in the magic show?
He was but a fan, and met him on one of my programs several years ago.
So that wasn't the real Ratings Raja. So the Ratings Raja was him all along. So that's the one thing I was wrong on.
He said he had become a magician out of the admiration for the great Mr. Reus, and you betrayed him, even though he was your biggest fan. In confidence, I told him my true identity, and let him take on my mantle.
And when did this man take over for you?
About 2 years ago, I taught him many tricks, and even acted as his producer. And so a mere amateur became a popular magician overnight. Courtesy of my magic on the stage we call television. Hope you enjoyed the show.
You really had us all fooled.
Mr. Reus, or should I say, Mr. Reus. In your hatred of true grammar, you killed the victim, Mr. Mystery. And then set up Miss Right to take the fall, didn't you? You did it all just to tarnish a grammary name. Oh, I have no idea what you're talking about, lad. I set up the prank, that much is true, but it was simply a harmless joke on Trilogy, I assure you. Yet she learned of the plan and made use of it to commit murder. That is how strongly the criminal element runs in the blood of these Grammaries.
Objection!
No. What if it was a secret prank that very few people knew about? Couldn't you have been the one to use it for the murder instead? What the? Yikes!
Eek! His head!
Just kidding. Well, what the heck was that? Heed my words, lawyer lad, for I fear your grasp on reality is slipping. I do believe I told you my magic is real. It employs neither tricks nor gimmicks. Enough with the ambiguity. Why don't you make your point already? My alibi is as pristine as ever. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Sad Maddie? Yes, I suppose that is correct. The witness does have a solid alibi. What? He was at the studio. Recall, defense, that at the time of the magic show, Mr. Reus was at Take-Two TV. A fact that many people can easily attest to. Ah, that's right, I forgot all about that. Oh, so what do you think, Your Honor? Would you like me to testify in the matter?
Yes, I think you'd better. Please tell the court more about your alibi.
Very well then. On with the show. Are you watching Magnifi Grammary? Time has finally come for my magic to snuff out your precious pedigree. The Grammary line will be no more. My perfect alibi. I was at the TV station at the time of the Penrose performance. I was busy working on another TV program. I could spare no time for the magic show. You ask my staff if you doubt my claim. And there it is, a simple and perfect alibi. No tricks, no gimmicks, just the truth. His alibi... You understand now, perhaps? I did not grace the theater with my presence until after the incident. So how could I have committed the murder? Staff did say he was there at the station. So it sure does sound like a rock-solid alibi. But that can't be right. If Mr. Reus is the killer, he'd have to have been at the theater. There's gotta be a hole somewhere in his story. I assure you, there are no holes on Mr. Reus' stage. No tricks, no gimmicks. True magic doesn't need to escape. Do enjoy my show to the fullest. And my real alibi. My perfect alibi. I was at the TV station at the time of the Penrose performance.
Hold it!
But you did come to the theater eventually, isn't that right? Indeed. Anxious to see how the show was progressing, I made my way to the theater. Let's see. My journey took about 10 minutes by car. But he actually had been at the theater during those 10 minutes, killing the victim. Oh ho ho! Allow me to stab at reading your mind. Aha! Could I have been at the theater during those 10 minutes, killing the victim? How in the... But no! I took a taxi. The driver can attest to that. He did that on purpose, just so you would have an alibi. But he had to have been able to kill him somehow. Feel free to call the taxi company if my word does not satisfy you. The driver is a big fan of the ratings Raja. I even gave him my card. He gave the driver his card. That was very clever of him. You might as well give it up, lad. Questioning real magic is a fool's errand. Besides, You know very well what I was doing at the time of the incident. I was busy working on another TV program. I could spare no time for the magic show.
Hold it!
What was this other TV show you were working on? My own special project, you see. One moment. Perhaps it's more appropriate. It's a Ratings Raja special production, yeah. Hang loose, baby. It's called Desperation Regeneration. He switched personas just to say that. What's the show about? Washed-up has-been singers and comedians get together and play musical chairs. The winner of the game is given a second chance at their career. A priceless prize for chumps who washed up too early in life. Sounds great, right? When I suggest you appear on that show, Mr. Justice. As the ex-lawyer who used to make ridiculous bluffs in court and faded suddenly into obscurity. And let the Ratings Raja produce my TV debut? Not in this lifetime. You have great reactions, who knows? TV might be your true calling. Hey, whose side are you on? In any case, I was overseeing production of this program during the Penrose performance. You ask my staff if you doubt my claim.
Hold it!
I'm trying to do like a New York kind of like accent for him, because that was what I was imagining that like a director would kind of sound like. How do we know those staff members aren't in cahoots with you? I make it my business to perform solo. My magic has neither need nor want of assistance. After all, one of them could reveal the secrets behind my magic too, could they not? No, he doesn't trust anybody, huh? He's the complete opposite of Trucy. There were many people there in the studio, audience who saw the witness as well. Even if he had been able to persuade his own staff to cover for him, he could not have convinced so many complete strangers to do the same. He really has made a rock-solid alibi for himself, but there has to be some hole in it. Yeah, it's almost too good, you know. You read how perfect it is. Has all been revealed to you now? And there it is, a simple and perfect alibi. No tricks, no gimmicks, just the truth.
Hold it!
I've got it. Do you have a brother? A brother that looks exactly like you, maybe? Again with the twin business. You think the audience will let you get away with using the same gimmick twice in a row? If you do not believe him, Defense, why not investigate for yourself? Though I'm sure your efforts will prove to be thoroughly fruitless. Yeah, I guess that twins theory is a little far-fetched. His alibi really is airtight.
I believe we've heard enough. While I do believe the witness does indeed harbor some ill will against the defendant, there is no reason to doubt he was at the TV station at the time of the incident.
Yes, the fact proved it was impossible for the witness to have been involved with this crime. These last rites of the victim have dragged on long enough. The soul of the victim himself is so bored that it is resting on top of your honor's head.
It is!
The time has come. Let us punch the sinner and guide the victim's soul to the Twilight Realm. Apollo, Trucy will be thrown in prison, and will be out of a job. But if you catch tasty fishes, will you sell me some at a good price? I told you, I have absolutely zero intention of going off on a tuna boat. Think, Justice. You have to figure this out. It's no use. Can't find a single flaw. So what now? Oh, behold, my never-ending magic show. Come for the awe-inspiring showmanship of the great Mr. Reus, and stay for my grand illusion until the end of time. Ha 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 ha! Wait, is he saying that we're still trapped inside some sort of illusion of his? That's what professional magicians do. They make their audience see something that isn't really there. In other words, you make us see illusions, right? What if he wasn't really there? That is the point. We call it misdirection. While we keep you busy believing one thing, we're making something else happen. What we say there really isn't, and what we say there actually is. He somehow made it seem like he was there when he wasn't. Could it be? You know what, Mr. Rittens? I guess we have all been spectators to the elaborate illusion you've prepared for us. An illusion that has suddenly turned our attention towards something you wanted us to see. What are you going on about, lad? Have you got something, Apollo? I just remembered something Trucy said about misdirection. What a magician says is there really isn't, and what they say there isn't there actually is. If we've all been taken for a ride with Mr. Retin's magic, then maybe he's made us see something that wasn't really there. It's time to rethink all of my assumptions about this case. What have we been made to believe was there when it actually wasn't? What have we taken to be the absolute facts of this case? I evaluate the validity of all of these things, and just maybe. This is it. This is where the trial ends. Athena, there's something uncanny about this case. Okay, what is it? Retin's alibi. It's too perfect. That's true. It's like it's impossible to break, no matter how hard we try. But maybe that's the trick. Maybe that's exactly what he wants us to think. I'm not following. We're not making any headway here, because we've been so focused on breaking his alibi. Oh, I think I get it. You're saying he's using misdirection on us, right? Definitely a possibility.
Would the defense care to share if everyone was discussing over there?
Your Honor, we believe that if we were to reconsider a certain assumption, we may finally arrive at the truth. In fact, I think we'll even finally see who's hiding behind the curtain, so to speak.
And what is this certain assumption you're thinking of?
This is the one key assumption we've been taking for granted this whole time. What's the trick here? It's definitely not his guilt. He's definitely guilty as hell. Culprit was on scene. What if the culprit was somewhere other than the theater at the time of the crime? What if there was some way to commit the murder without actually being there? If that were the case, Mr. Retin's perfect alibi will become irrelevant.
Objection.
How could one person stab another to death with a sword without physically being there? Furthermore, we all saw what appears to be the culprit's shadow in the footage.
Objection.
But couldn't we just as easily assume that the shadow does not belong to the culprit?
Well, if it's not the culprits, then whose is it?
Not 100% sure yet. But I'm pretty sure I'm on the right track. We've all seen something that looks like this shadowy shape before, Your Honor. During the magic show itself.
In that case, please point it out in the show footage for us.
This is the thing that looks suspiciously similar to the shadowy figure as the culprit. What is it? What is this thing? Wait. I think I figured it out. Is it Mr. Hat? Did he get Mr. Hat to commit the murder? How did he do that? He mimicked the puppet. How did he do that?
Take that!
Mr. Justice, how does that even remotely resemble the shadowy figure?
I thought it looked pretty similar. Do you not think so?
Not in the slightest.
Huh? That's funny. What resembles a shadowy figure on stage? I thought it was Mr. Hat. It looked like him. It's definitely small. I think it is Mr. Hat. I don't know anything else that it could be, honestly. I'm thinking right now, but...
Take that!
Mr. Justice, how does that even...
Oh, it's not that.
Objection!
Okay, What resembles a shadowy figure on stage? It's, well, maybe I have to point out to the first shadow. Maybe that might be it.
Take that!
Because Mr. Hat was found on top. Yeah, so I am right. I am right. I was right, it was Mr. Hat. The only thing is I just have to show the other shadow. So I did figure it out. Doesn't this resemble the suspicious shadowy figure? I just missed that part. Doesn't the shadow resemble the suspicious shadowy figure?
Now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it?
Right. Could you identify this shadow for the court? Let's see. I believe that's Mr. Hat's shadow. I was right! I was right. I called it. It was Mr. Hat. I was right. It was Mr. Hat. I was pointing to Mr. Hat, and it was the right answer, but they wanted me to pick the shadow. So this is the one thing I don't like about Ace Attorney. When you pick, you technically pick the right thing, but it wants you to pick a specific part of evidence. So I was right. It's from when he's being pulled up from the stage to the catwalk overhead by wire. Then, could this shadow that's been later in the footage be also Mr. Hat? No, that's not possible. After Mr. Hat was pulled up to the catwalk, he stayed up there. In other words, the second shadow was from some other figure being pulled up.
Some other figure? I'm afraid you'll need to be more specific than that, Mr. Justice.
He's right. We've come this far. I'll just have to figure it out from the clues I have on hand.
What is the second shadow shown in the footage?
Eight. What if... What if they switch places? The ratings Raja and... Well, no, Mr. Reus and the fake Mr. Reus. What if they switch places? And he somehow... When Mr. Reus actually got there, he killed the fake Mr. Reus. What if it's that's what happened? Because the dragon fell, and that was possibly to cover it up. Maybe I'm thinking too much into this. What is the second shadow found? I'm really curious whether that... Wait a second. You remember that there was a mop? There was a mop at the backstage that looked like Mr. Hat. I have to really think this one over. Mr. Reus will come back to life, laughing and flying up in the air, causing another round of surprises. Maybe this?
Take that!
If we consider what was happening on the stage at the time, there's only one answer. The shadow belonged to the fake Mr. Reus. I thought. Yeah. So I was wrong that the second shadow was also Mr. Hat. But yeah, but... Wouldn't they have seen the body flying up? That's the question. In other words, Mr. Manov Mystery, the victim. Please take a look at the prank plan script. Mr. Mystery is to pretend to be dead and then fly up into the air after that. Isn't that right, Mr. Rettins? Indeed. And what of it? I contend that this is exactly what happened. The victim, was wearing a stunt harness around his waist, right? It was most likely attached to a stunt wire so that he could be pulled up into the air.
So you're suggesting that after pretending to be dead in the coffin, the victim flew up into the air, just as the prank script says?
Exactly. We just couldn't see him go flying up because the dragon was blocking our view. And that last trick, ladies and gentlemen, is a true piece, de resistance of the culprit's murderous magic show. Don't tell me. You've got it all figured out. Yes, I think so. If we can just look beyond Mr. Rettins' last bit of misdirection, we should finally be able to see the real truth. The victim must have been pulled up to the catwalk, just like Mr. Hat, and hit the cushioning up there with considerable force. I just have to figure out what else happened up there at that time.
Are you ready to elaborate, Mr. Justice?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm ready.
In that case, please answer me this. Why did the culprit make the victim fly up into the air like that?
To falsify an alibi. Not to hide the body. Maybe he did it in order to falsify an alibi. And just how was that accomplished, defense? Well, after being pulled up by the wire, the victim was zipped off to the TV station where Mr. Rettins murdered him. All it would take is a really long wire, or... No.
Just zip it, Mr. Justice.
Okay, it's to murder him. To murder him. Just why did the culprit have the victim fly up after he appeared in the coffin? And how did the victim actually die? When he was only pretending to be dead in the coffin. If we can figure out how these two questions relate, the answer should become clear. Who could it be? Mr. Mystery must have thought he was still just a part of the prank when he appeared on stage. He probably didn't suspect a thing as he was being pulled into the air. After Miss Wright was called backstage, just the set piece fell. But the culprit had already planned the real murder weapon in a cushion in the catwalk. He impaled him on the top. That's genius. That's genius, pulling him into a sword that was in the cushion. It was probably a knife or a blade of some sort. What? You mean... Yes, it really was a magical murder. Just as the prank script said, Mr. Mystery was whisked up into the air. That's how they got him, and straight into a blade there in the catwalk. In other words, this murder was committed remotely through the use of a magic trick. What? Remotely. Using this method, it wouldn't matter where Mr. Reus was at the time of the death. Now he's sweating.
But how exactly does it work, Mr. Justice?
Just before the murder occurred, the dragon set piece was up in the catwalk. It and Mr. Manov Mystery were connected to each other by a wire at the time. By carrying out the prank plan, Betty made the dragon set piece fall, which caused Mr. Mystery to rocket straight up and into the blade in the cushion. The cushion was high up enough to be hidden from the audience's view. That's why nobody saw the blade. Oh, then that big gash in Mr. Hat's cape. The blade must have been set up overhead somewhere sometime before the magic show. Mr. Hat must have been slashed by it too, when he was pulled up to the cushion. I can't believe it. I had no idea. I was told that Trilogy would freak out if I made the set piece fall. That's the only reason I did it. You were used, Betty. Roger Reus used you. I thought he was my little puppet to boss around, but it was the other way around. After the incident occurred, Mr. Reus arrived at the theater. He got the murder weapon and swapped the rubber sword with the bloodied steel one. That's also when he lowered the victim's body down to the stage. But how did he have time to do all that? When the set pieces fell, the audience was evacuated from the building. He was able to do all those things after the fact because there was no one around to see.
A horrific murder camouflaged by a spectacular magic show. That sounds like the kind of murder only a magician could pull off.
As long as the show proceeded, as it was scripted, Mr. Mystery was doomed to die. That's why it was you, Mr. Reus, who killed the victim, all the way from the TV station. This prank plan, or should I say murder plan, proves your murderous intent. Gramarye! What's this about now? Enough. You dim-witted, ignorant, imbecilic, putrid red pepper. He can't possibly have a counter-argument to make. Talk about not knowing when to let it go and move on. Do you have a rebuttal or something, Prosecutor said, Maddie? No blade of any kind was found in the catwalk. Which means, you have no evidence to support your theory. But Mr. Reus retrieved it after the fact. Which still leaves you with no way to prove your wildly fantastic remote murder theory. But, without proof, does it not make more sense to believe that the murder was committed, there on the stage? That's where the blood-stained sword was found, after all.
That is a very good point.
as the only person who could have committed the crime there on that stage. Trucy Wright remains the prime suspect. It would appear that what you call truth is a little more than a cheap parlor trick. In the end, you have done nothing to prove the accused's innocence. It's time at least to let it go and move on. Oh! Are you seeing this, Magnifi Gramarye? My magic is exacting punishment on your granddaughter. The Gramarye name is done for. Apollo, we need to hit them with a decisive piece of evidence here. I know, that's just what I was thinking.
Mr. Justice, don't you have anything to prove that the witness committed this remote murder you proposed?
Of course I do, Your Honor. The entire incident was carried out exactly according to the script. Right. So theoretically, there should be no evidence for us to find or use. Which means our best bet is to see if something unscripted happened. It's gotta be something Rettins couldn't have foreseen. And once I find it, that's how I'll expose his murderous trick. Get ready, Mr. Rettins, because I'm about to reveal the secret to your magic. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, just some good old-fashioned logic. Here we go. This is it. As long as the magic show was as scripted, the murder would happen without fail. Everything in this case was carefully planned so that no evidence would be left behind. Still, one thing happened that definitely wasn't in the plan. What part of the magic show wasn't part of the original plan? Bonnie's mistake. Bonnie's mistake, yeah. Bonnie made a mistake. I love these scenes at the end when you put it all together. Bonnie made a mistake during Trucy's escape trick. What mistake did Bonnie make during the magic trick? Her life choices. That's one of the missed choices. No, it's stage lift preparation. Yes, Trucy had a hard time because the stage lift she needed was in the raised position. But that wasn't a mistake on Bonnie's part, since Trucy wasn't supposed to use it anyway. And it was because Trucy had to suddenly use a different lift that she had to move it. So what was it that Bonnie did to Trucy's escape trick? Oh, it was Mr. Hat's positioning. What am I saying? Yeah, Mr. Hat's positioning. Mr. Hat was placed in the wrong spot. Because Bonnie placed Mr. Hat to the right of the coffin instead to the left. Trucy had to reappear on the side of the coffin opposed to the one in the show's script. The culprit didn't know when he first arrived at the theater, which means he was bound to make a slip-up when he tampered with the crime scene. Which part of the culprit's cover-up attempt was affected by Trucy's new position? Trucy had to reappear on the side of the coffin opposite to the ones in the show script, but the culprit didn't know that when he first arrived at the theater. Which means he was bound to make a slip-up when he tampered with the crime scene. Part of the culprit's cover attempt was affected by Trucy's new position. No. The edited show footage, I'm gonna say, probably. Oh, no, It's gonna be the fingerprints, then. Alright, blood in the coffin hole. The blood was on the wrong side of the coffin, too. Thinking Trucy had appeared on the left, the culprit must have moved the blood in the left hole, but the blood was eventually discovered in the right during the police investigation. If the killer had originally put the blood on the left side, that means he must have tampered with the scene again afterwards to make it line up with the facts. To make the crime scene consistent with the facts, the culprit must have... No, the set piece was dropped so he could impale him. Swap the coffin sides. The culprit swapped the coffin sides. That's right, the left and right panels of the coffin are interchangeable. The culprit must have switched the two panels to make the blood stain fit the facts. But the switch might have also given rise to something unnatural. Oh, I remember now. There was something unnatural about the coffin, and just the evidence I need. Sorry, Mr. Reus, but I have some very conclusive proof of your guilt. Another bluff, is it? There's no way you have anything of the kind. My magic is real, no try... No. There are tricks and gimmicks to it, just like any other illusion. What? That's what his line was. After the murder, you switched to the left and right panels of the coffin, didn't you? And because you did, you left behind something very unnatural for us to find. This proves that Roger Reus tampered with the crime scene after the murder took place. He tampered with the crime scene after the murder took place.
Take that!
The fingerprinting results. Because he messed up their order. He messed up where they're supposed to be. What about the fingerprinting is unnatural? Let's take a look at the prints the victim left inside the coffin, shall we? If the victim was facing forward to the coffin, his prints should have looked like this. However, what we found was they were facing the opposite direction. It's quite unnatural for the prints to be facing this way. When you agree, right? Because he switched the panels. The panels he switched. It doesn't make sense why they would be like that. Ah.
It is strange, isn't it? But how did they get this way? They got this way because the culprit thought the magic show had gone on according to script. The culprit thought Mr. Hat would be on the left side of the coffin. And that Miss Wright would also pop up on the left side of the coffin as per the show's script. He then assumed she had thrust the sword into the hole on the left side of the coffin. That's why he put blood in the left hole when he was trying to cover up his crime. But sometime after leaving the bloodstain, the culprit must have realized his mistake. He found out, due to Bonnie's mistake, Mr. Hat was to the right side of the coffin. And that, despite the script, Miss Wright had thrust the sword into the hole on the right. And sort the hole with the blood in it was on the side opposite the one Trucy used. To make the blood's location fit the facts, he had to tamper with the evidence yet again. So he tried to cover his tracks by switching the coffin's left and right panels. Oh, and that's how the fingerprints in the coffin ended up backwards. Because the culprit switched the two side panels around. The prints ended up facing the opposite direction. But instead of going through all that trouble with the panels, why didn't the culprit just wipe the blood away and redo it on the other side? I'm afraid that wouldn't have worked, Your Honor. Because of a little something called luminol testing. Exactly. Luminol is a chemical that even when you wipe away blood where you can't see blood, blood will still be there. It's a chemical that you spray it and the blood will actually appear blue, so you actually will see that there was blood there. Oh, right! Luminol! I almost forgot. Luminol can detect trace amounts of blood even if it's been wiped away, right? That's right. Wiping the blood away would have only served as the proof of his meddling. How about it, Mr. Rettins? I did a pretty good job figuring out your trick, didn't I?
Objection.
Trucy Wright could have done the same just as easily. You have no proof that it was this witness who tampered with the evidence.
Objection.
Ah, but I do have proof. What? A person who was in the magic show would have never made the mistake of putting the blood on the wrong side. Least of all, Miss Wright, who surely would have remembered she was on the other side. Oh my, you're absolutely right! Why, you impudent! I'm sure you realize by now, Prosecutor said, Maddie, that your claim that Miss Wright is the culprit just doesn't hold up. Eh, you and the accused are more certainly bound for hell. Really, Miss Wright and I. Because I think you're the one with a ticket there for trying to convict an innocent girl. Oh, he got him. You're the one going to hell for literally trying to send an innocent girl to prison. Ah! Prosecutor Sagmetti, are you alright? As for the true culprit, he is someone who knew how the show was supposed to go, but didn't actually see it. And someone who had the chance to tamper with the crime scene after the incident. And the only person who fits the bill is you, Roger Rettins. Grr. Gramarye! All the secrets to your tricks have been revealed. And with no tricks left, I'm afraid your show has been cancelled. Permanently! All of my secrets have been revealed, you say. Don't make me laugh, boy. Mine is the true, real magic. There are no secrets to reveal. Behold, ladies and gentlemen, the true power of the great Mr. Reus. Witness a magic far greater than true Gramarye's. Burn! Crumble! Fall to my furious flames. The great Mr. Reus will bring an end to you all. Now, for the final heir to the Gramarye name, right here, right now, you too shall burn. Huh? No, this isn't right. Oh. Ah. No, I didn't do anything wrong, no. It's not my fault. I'm not the one to blame. I'm the victim here. What? Ah! Stop, no! Ah! Curse you, Gramarye!
Curse those Grammarys. It's all because of them. Even now, they wound me. Curse them all to the abyss. You really hate us that much. Oh, that's Trilogy saying that. Does your hatred run that deep? Deep enough to kill an innocent man? You're damn right. You have no idea what humiliations I had to suffer. Your grandfather, Magnifique Grammarly, kicked me out after I got hurt practicing my magic. He said I was too unskilled, that I would mess up on stage. He threw me out of the troupe just because he was worried about his own reputation. Since I was but a child, it was always my dream to become a great magician. But that Magnifique, he took it all from me. But that's no excuse. That's no reason to do something so evil. Magic is supposed to make people happy, not used as a means for murder. What's the big deal? I just used what I had available to me, that's all. I get it now. That attitude towards magic is why my grandfather kicked you out. You don't deserve to call yourself a magician. Don't deserve. I don't know about that. After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, were you not? It's not for that lawyer over there, you will be on your way to prison as we speak. You're right. I didn't see through your tricks. You see? So in the end, Troupe Grammar is defeated by the great Mr. Reus. Ho ho ho! You're not fit to lecture me from on high, Trilogy, right? You don't even deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn. Piff. Take that, Grammar, you lose. If anyone needs to learn to let it go and move on, it's this guy. This court and my prison can both burn in the flames of my creation.
Bailiff, take Mr. Reus away. And bring the fire extinguisher just to be safe. It looks like we've reached the end. I feel as though I've been watching a grand magic show.
It was close, we just barely made it through somehow. Huh? Why does Trilogy look so down?
Miss Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm about to announce my verdict. But I see that wonderful smile of yours, that smile of a true entertainer as I do.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, this court finds the defendant, Trilogy Wright.
That was very sweet of the judge to say that to her. Not guilty, hey.
Court is adjourned.
District Court, okay. Senate Lobby number 3. Thank you for everything, Polly. Oh, Trilogy, Gracie, Adio. Now you can open your show tomorrow, just as planned. Yep, and it's all thanks to you two. Oh, but now that Mr. Reus is gone, I'll need to find somebody to replace him. I don't like the way she's looking at me. Trilogy, I'm so sorry about everything. Hey, what are you apologizing for? Roger Reus used us, we're victims too. He even made me an accomplice to murder. But Betty, we have to take some of the blame for this too, you know. Even if we didn't know he was planning to kill Mystery, we did cooperate with him. It's all my fault, isn't it? Neither one of you is to blame. The only one in the wrong is the person who used magic to commit murder, Roger Reus. Don't you think I know that? Say what you want, But don't think for a second that I don't still hate you. I guess he really does hate me. But Betty, why? You used to be a huge fan of Trucy's. Hey, shut up. I've always hated her. Really. But if we hadn't seen Trucy's magic show, we never would have tried to become professional magicians ourselves, right? Speak for yourself. Betty, you still have her autograph from that day. Just shut up. Was she acting that way through this whole time because she secretly loves Trucy? Wow, Trucy, I never knew that being the best could be so tough. Come on, Bonnie, we're leaving. We have to get ready for tomorrow's show. Hey, you're really excited about performing with Trucy again, aren't you? That's not true, so zip it, dummy. Holly? Do you think I really am a naive greenhorn? Huh? No, wait. He's not. After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, were you not? If not for that lawyer over there, you would be on your way to prison as we speak. Right. I didn't see through your tricks. You see? So in the end, Troop Grammar is defeated by the great Mr. Reus. Oh! You're not fit to lecture me from on high, Trucy, right? You don't even deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn. Trucy, don't tell me you're taking what Rotund said to heart. Well, maybe a little. I didn't see through his tricks, and I let myself be taken in by his magic. I can't trust myself anymore. Maybe he was right to call me a greenhorn. Now I feel bad. You shouldn't take a stock in his words. He doesn't even know the first thing about you. Huh? You're a wonderful grammary magician. You should be proud of yourself. Thank you, Apollo. But what makes you say that? I know you're a wonderful grammary magician because of this. The notebook? My grandfather's notebook. The Grammary Creed. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. When you performed your magic tricks in court today, you showed the world your dedication to your troop's creed. Even through all the jeering, you kept a smile on your face and won the crowd over. You are everything Magnifique could have hoped for in an heir. You're a great magician, Trucy. Great magician? Me? You really are. That's why you don't have to worry about what Rotund said. Oh, Polly. Thank you. Still, I couldn't have done it without you. I would have lost my nerve if I had been alone up there. But I was able to keep on smiling, because of you. Me. I remember what you said to me in the detention center. After all, you're sure you swapped the swords, right? Yes, I remember doing it. Then I just know it wasn't your fault, Trucy. But, how can you say that? We don't have any proof it wasn't me. I mean, I know you're a great lawyer, Polly, but I believe in you, Trucy. And I believe in your skill as a professional magician. Well, I'm the professional here, but I'm going to prove your innocence. Don't worry. You're going to be fine. Your words were what kept me going. Apollo, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Now I can be everything I was meant to be. Trucy's real smile is the best. I'm so glad I could help make that happen. Emma, I'm really sorry, Trucy, for everything. But why? Well, I wasn't able to, convince Prosecutor Sad Maddie what a good person you are. And I had to testify against you, too. You have nothing to apologize for. You were just doing your job. You're too kind. Oh, I don't know about... Huh? Is something wrong, Emma? Oh. Oh, God. Prosecutor Sad Maddie, what are you doing here? Detective Skye. Yes. I require your forensic expertise in order to close this case. Come, let us go. Wait, Prosecutor Sad Maddie. Trial is over, Mr. Justice. You and I are strangers once more, with no further need to interact. Strangers? Have you really forgotten all about me? What? You've really changed, Nayuta. Telling me to let it go and stuff. What happened to you? Oh, lawyer of impure soul. I have nothing to say to the likes of you. Are you serious, Nayuta? Now, if you will excuse me. So Apollo knows him? There he goes. What was that all about, Apollo? How do you know Prosecutor Sad Maddie? Let's just say we're old acquaintances. Acquaintances? It seemed like something more than that. Yeah. Well, you don't like to talk about your past, do you? Because you always change the subject. I guess I'll have to talk about it someday. But for now, come on, let's forget about the past and celebrate Trucy's future. So that's why in the last part, when Sagmati was told that he'd be facing Apollo, he was a bit surprised by that. He knew him. Sure, if you say so. Hey, it's Mr. Wright. Put him on speakerphone, Apollo. What's up, Mr. Wright? Apollo, how's Trucy? What happened at the trial? Did you get a not guilty verdict? Mr. Wright, slow down. Everything's fine. Hi, Daddy. I'm okay now. He was found not guilty in a very dramatic turnabout, plus we saved the office. It was a great victory for Apollo. Whew, that was a load off my mind. I can't thank you enough, Apollo. Now I know I can trust you to hold down the fort anytime. Me? Really? Yes, you. You're a real, full-fledged lawyer now in my eyes. Full-fledged lawyer, I still can't wrap my mind around it. Thank goodness you were there to take care of everything. And thank you, Apollo. No need to go that far, boss. Especially not in front of everyone. Oh, and by the way, I won't be able to make it tomorrow's show, so I was hoping you could go. You'll do that for me, won't you? Of course. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Full-fledged. So Daddy asked you to come to tomorrow's show, huh? As my assistant, right? No. He just asked me to go cheer you on. Okay. Then I'll be sure to save you the best seat in the house, Polly. The best seat in the house. I really appreciate the thought, but... Good. Then it's settled. April 29, Penrose, Theater. Stage.
Objection!
I should have known. This is what she meant. Magical girl Trucy Wright will now perform her greatest illusion yet. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, ladies and gentlemen. This is real magic. Wait a minute, you're kidding, right? There is a trick or gimmick, right? I'm too young to die. Not in Mr. Hat. You know what to do with that sword. No, wait. Stop. No! And that is how Trucy and the Grammarland ended on a rousing high note. With a big round of applause and Polly's ear-splitting screams. What kind of an ending is that? So that was the end of it, huh? Okay, that's the end of that case. We still got 4 more cases left in this game, so we are approaching the end. We are close to the end. We still have 4 more cases left. So, thank you guys for watching. I hope that you guys enjoyed this. I know this was a very long part, but I always take breaks whenever it says to be continued. And so there was no to be continued part, so I just decided to play the whole trial out. So thank you guys for watching. I hope that you guys enjoyed this. If you did, do drop a like. Let me know what you think down below. So yeah, the case is pretty challenging. It was a pretty difficult at times. The shadowy part was messing me up a little bit too. I did guess that Mr. Reus was really Ratins. That I got that right. I'm very proud of myself for getting that figuring that out early. The second that she said, "Oh, that was a magic trick that he did," I just looked at the pictures and I was like, "Oh yeah, that's definitely Mr. Reus, and that's his name. You know, Mr. Reus is you know, he's a fake. He's not who he says he is." So thank you guys for watching. I hope that you guys enjoyed this part. Let me know what you think of the case down below. See you on the next one. Take care, everyone. Have a wonderful day, guys.